Having someone run back to the ship before the final extraction helps a lot. Yeah. Honestly, I think that... I do think that, like, being able to just run, or like having... Yeah, I don't know. Having one person who's like dedicated for like just taking the ship back is kind of... It's like kind of OP. I mean, I guess you do the same thing in like Lethal Company. Did I stop the RE speedruns? I mean, I haven't stopped anything in particular. I do a lot of different things on my stream. I'm not really like a... I'm not the type of person to just grind something for like years straight. Like, you have some people who are just... all they do is like no-hit runs. And that's it. It's no hit, no hit, no hit, no hit. Oh look, it's another no-hit stream. And that's fine, but that's not for me. Get the no-hit grind when there aren't other games to play? Yeah, if that's fair. I do not like this layout. I think maybe instead of trying to min-max the... well, I don't know. It's like, it's fun min-maxing the loot, but maybe I should just try to prioritize, like, getting enough... oh, shit. Maybe I should just try to get, like, enough money. Oh. Jeez. Initial level has little loot. Yeah, although yesterday we did get, we managed to get, Lobos and I got 40,000 from the first level. But we probably got pretty lucky with the loot drops, I guess. I thought I saw something else. Maybe not. Thought that was a fan. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know why chat's not on screen. It should be, I think. Wait. Oh, I think I turned it off for a sponsor a while ago and forgot to turn it back on. That's good, honestly. In here. Frickin' duck. Quack. Quack. Dude, I love how he jumps directly in front of the fucking thing. Prevent you from leaving. Or well, to try. I actually clicked on him one time when I was trying to leave. It was so bad. All right. Rapid upgrades. Here we go. There's an indestructible, but we don't have enough. Unlucky. I don't know if sprint speed is better. Oh, there's a fucking shotgun. Explosive mine, sure. Double jump early is huge. Is it? I feel like double jump isn't that great, but maybe it is. I mean, I guess you can jump up on stuff easier to like avoid monsters. Retrieve, extract, and profit operation. Ah. Interesting. Hey, Mox. Ooh. Hold on. This might be possible. Although, this fucking door needs to get out of the way. Watch this. I don't think this is gonna work. Can't even see the object though if I'm... Whatever. You could maybe use the door as a ramp, yeah. The hell did he just shoot at, dude?
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Hey, Coma, thank you for the 51 months. Ooh, double book. Oh god. Oh. He is going that way. Good. Where is he? Hello? Scared. There's like never anything in these. Trash. Where's the gun guy? He's got to be around. Maybe he despawned. There's so many like little items on this map. Oh, yeah, I already know about the new Dark Souls glitch. Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah, I shouldn't have ran. That was a fucking dumb idea. I honestly thought that. I didn't think that guy was around. Should have known better though. So you can get the pocket cart to put... The pocket cart's kind of nice, but... There's a trank gun. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can get in the roof by yourself or not. Hey, Dudley. I mean, maybe with the right upgrades, but... Like, if you have double jump, you could probably go on the roof. Oh yeah, the feather jump, yeah. We got some sprint speed now, that's good. Sharon.
Put your stuff here.
Whole lot of junk in here. Next game I'm stoked for. You can take stuff out, but you just instantly drop it when you do. This guy is so fucking cringe. Come here, jerk off. Come on, where is he? What is that, by the way? Is that a VHS? Where is he, man? I want to kill him with this chainsaw. Are you serious? The moment You've actually got to be kidding me. A load of shit that is. Hmm. Um. Ooh. Probably should have brought the cart with me. Oh, nice. Right. Minus 1600. Right. Nice salad. I am kind of addicted. I want to get super high quota, bro. It's fucking chainsaw, dude. Stay in there, you bitch. You fucking kidding me? Why didn't that do anything? Dude, I dropped my trank gun back somewhere. Oh, it's right there. What is bro doing? Chill, bro. How is he still not fucking dead? Are you kidding me? I don't know if there's a pit. No fuck. Ah! He dropped me right. I didn't even realize he dropped me. I thought I was still being carried. Dude! The shadow guy is such a cunt! Oh my god! Dude, how did we not kill the head? We shoved the chainsaw into him for like 15 seconds. Oh my god. I don't know, should we group up with people, chat? I mean, I know you guys probably like watching this solo, but god, I feel like I'm never gonna get high quota solo. I mean, I like the solo. It's just, dude, the shadow guy is... Oh, I don't know. I guess I gotta, like, learn how to deal with him. Alright, well... I mean, we could have Salad and Larksa join. I don't know if they both want to play. It's Larksa's day off, so maybe she doesn't want to play right now. I don't know. Well, the shop is really strong in solo because you get all the upgrades for yourself, right? But... yeah, I don't know. The shadow guy can just kill you so easily. Do you want to do some duos, Salad? You still here? Where's Salad? I need my salad. You want to try to do some high quota duos, Salad? No salading emote. Hold on. Is there a Lobosing? Loboing? I don't see a Lobos one, actually. Oh, we already have it. Oh, there you go. I guess I should have assumed I already had that one. Hi, Salad.
Yeah, it is.
All right. So yesterday, Lobos and I made it to quota 8, and then a bag fell on his head and bounced into the acid, and we lost 50k, and the run died.
That's funny.
Oh, Trey wants to play? Yeah, you could join Trey.
Oh my god, a real clown?
Fox said he wanted to play. I mean,
Is Fox even online?
Wait, is he streaming? No, he's not streaming right now. I can send him a message, but...
Right, Trey, if you don't carry us, even though you've never played it before, you're getting banned.
Yeah.
Oh.
Trey not knowing the game is probably still more useful than some people.
There's no need to call out Aloe like that.
Hi, Trey.
Hi, Trey.
Oh,
can you guys hear me?
yeah, I think you need to adjust your mic. I'm getting some echoing. Yeah, I think he might be on his webcam mic.
mic.
Any better?
Yeah,
now?
that's what it sounds like. Yeah, it's good now.
Much better.
You can change your color as well above the lead button if you want.
Is the audio level okay, or should I bump it up a little bit?
Yeah, we can turn you
We
up
can
and down,
adjust
so it's
it
fine.
anyways.
Alright. Is there any gameplay settings I need to change, really?
Oh yeah, let me change my
Or
title.
not?
Not really. It is open mic though, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, our ping's terrible because we have to play with the NA people.
Your ping looks
no.
pretty good right now, Salad.
It
Oh.
keeps like going from like 30 to 120.
Yeah, well, I mean, 100 isn't too bad at least. Or, well, I don't know. What is it? Does it feel okay for you? Or?
I can't say it's felt bad, honestly, when I've
Okay.
played.
When I played with Ella, I was on like 250 or whatever, and that felt pretty bad. Not gonna lie.
Ruining our Nordic games, I can't.
But yeah, there is a toggle mute mod now, by the way, Salad. Pretty nice.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. It's annoying when you're streaming not being able to, like, you don't want to just yap out loud to everybody.
Yeah, that's
Alright.
the worst usually in these games.
Yeah. You gonna be white, Trey?
Oh, how did I change that?
It's in the bottom left. Change color.
Oh, I see, I see. Oh, wait, that's maybe too similar. Let's go. Sure.
Cool. Yeah, I know there's like the green screen command. Yeah, we gotta get Ain in here. I think he was like with his girlfriend, so he'll be back home soon. We could repo it up. Alright, so Trey has never played before, chat. But be nice.
I'll be perfect. I've seen
I've-
you play a little bit, so I'm basically a master at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. Ow. I got a thingy here. Bit in here, right? Oh.
Yeah. And you don't really have to worry about like putting it in safely. As long as it just like drops into the
Okay.
thing, it'll be safe.
Okay, there's a thing. How the monsters in this game are they like? Have to be quiet and all that sometimes.
It depends. There's like a grandpa with a gun who you need to be pretty quiet for. Oh, that's gonna be kind of...
Alright. What's this Q mode? What does this do?
Oh no. No. Oh yeah, Q is like a dodge, I believe. Oh fuck. Oh no! No! Oh. Good gravy. That was so unlucky, dude. The gnomes just came right out of the door and just fucking destroyed me. Nice. Oh, salad. Salad? You missed something.
Are you guys okay here?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, okay.
Is your mic muted, Salad?
No! Shut up! It wasn't muted.
Oh, yeah, you guys can... I don't know, actually.
I
You
reckon
guys
this goes in.
Yeah, try to put it in. Yes.
Right, Trey, we're lifting this up together, buddy. Come on.
Oh, I see. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we go.
Wait, hang on.
I'm gonna pull it this way.
I think that's good. No, that's
Yeah,
fine.
That's good. Can you not grab stuff while you're crouched? I feel like there's a bunch of stuff underneath the thing.
Yeah, you can. You have to just be close enough to it.
Oh, I see.
Please don't. Oh!
Oh! Hold. Okay. Oh, that's so cursed. It's fine. It's fine.
Perfectly fine.
Okay.
No, we'll have to leave and invite you after the first day, Mark. But you said you hate us, so I don't know. I don't know anymore.
God, this is such a stacked card.
Do you know where the clown went, Trey?
He might have gone to the beginning.
Oh,
Holy
okay.
shit, this is so hot.
Possibly.
I think we're okay.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Easy.
excellent.
Oh, Bach's here. Wait, do you want to play Bach? Do you want to join us?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was focused, man. That vase was almost gonna break, dude.
I'm sat there talking to him.
Oh.
Getting donut by Dist, El Clasico.
What's this thing?
It's a gnome.
Gnome. A lot of gnomes.
And you'll join in a half an hour? Okay, sure. Alright.
Anything that's a landmine.
There's an indestructible drone, but I don't know if we get upgrades or the drone. I mean, there's not going to be any really big stuff early on, so maybe we just hold off. So yeah, these are the upgrades, Trey.
Yeah, extra jump.
Oh, it was such a bad throw. What?
What's a map player count upgrade?
It lets one person see, like, how many people are alive, basically.
I see.
Yeah.
Right, Trey, buddy, I need you here.
Oh.
Can you pull the Q?
Yeah, press Q.
Alright, fuck! There you go, buddy. See if there's anything interesting up there for us.
Let's have a look. I don't see a single thing here.
Damn it.
Unlucky.
I think we're fine with this.
I'm gonna get a stun mine.
Nothing in here.
I'll kill something with it.
Ah, damn it. I tried shutting the latch on him.
Wonder where the hell that hole was again. Oh. Sneaky.
Oh, it's so warm in England today.
It's warm?
Yeah.
Mm.
And then I'm gonna tell you and you're gonna be like, that's not warm salad. Let me do it in freedom numbers. It's 62 degrees. There you go.
Alright. I will take sprint speed. Trey, you can get the health
Okay.
if you want.
Yeah, you can take the health.
Sure.
Oh yeah, you can.
One here.
That's strength. You could take it if you want to.
Yeah, you can be our carry weight.
Oh, of course, I
And
totally
you,
won't break anything with it.
you can like pocket items if you hold them and press 1, 2, or 3. It's only for like utility items though, not like the loot stuff.
Yeah, cool.
Just because I say Tuesday. It's just where I live.
What's up, Steampunk? I think we should try to get a second card as well. Like having 2 cards is pretty valuable.
Yeah, 2 cards is nice.
Is there anything in the toilets ever? I never see anything in here.
And there's never anything in the bathrooms.
Yeah, well, there's sometimes an item in the corner of the bathroom by like
Oh,
the
really?
sink. Yeah, I've found items there a few times.
The bathroom.
Oh yeah, you can open the fridges as well.
I see. Something
How
behind
am I
this
meant to
door?
get
Yeah,
this
there is.
Pocket what? Oh, I got it.
Oh,
No!
oops. Dude.
Hey, listen! Listen! I didn't mean it.
That was
Ooh,
me.
a guitar.
Oh yeah, there can be like a good amount of like hidden stuff up on like shelves and things too.
Yeah, I noticed. Try to keep an eye out on all the small stuff.
A ball.
All right, I'm gonna turn this in. We've got 18k.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, we have a second extract now, Trey. So we gotta take loot to 2 locations. You can only do 1 at a time though. Hey Nongman, what's up? Also basketball eating walrus motherfucker. Thank you for the prime sub. Anything here? Apocalypse, thank you for the 11 months.
Oh, there's the items here. Hold on.
Oh yeah, you can like parkour up in this area somewhere too.
Let's see. Maybe here?
Yeah, I think that's the spot. Yeah,
that's
sometimes there's loot up top.
Can I grab this? Or... Grab it.
That's right.
Minus 56.
Yo, Disc, have you tried touching one of these TVs before?
Yeah. Yeah, they like turn on, right? Or wait, what TV?
It's this TV here.
Hold on. I see one more item. Where is it?
Pissing me off.
Is it on the shelf here, maybe? Hold on.
Listen, Duck, I have a mind.
Oh.
I'll fucking use it.
I got it.
Oh.
This TV here.
You click it?
Yeah.
Oh, what the?
It scared the shit out of me when I clicked it the other day.
I noticed that TV before, but I didn't realize you could interact with it.
Yeah.
What's this ducky?
Yeah.
Yeah, his friend. Okay.
He just follows you around.
Okay.
He's just a little guy.
Somehow doubt that, but he's friend for now.
Would I ever lie to you?
Yes.
That's not very nice. Wait, where did he go? He's gone! Very dangerous game lifting it over all that dist.
Oh yeah, that thing is a little
It might be a little bit. Oh!
It's fine.
Yeah, no, that definitely works for sure, for sure.
Absolutely. Oh, is this?
Oh yeah, that sound is the extract. Like,
Oh!
Is it this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just click it.
Is there anything else to grab?
I
We got-
don't think so. Unless I could blow up the duck, but I don't know where it went.
I think we got pretty much everything.
Yeah, I don't think anything left.
Alright, so once you do this one, you kind of want to just... Oh,
Oh. Okay.
Oh no. It fell out. Yeah, like, once that final extract is done, enemies tend to, like, spawn. It's like right once you start it, you kind of want to start heading back. Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh god.
I'm okay.
Okay, I'm okay too, maybe. So, what's counterplay not to look at him?
Yeah, pretty much. It'll like despawn after a bit. Once you like break line of sight.
Oh, another one. It's gone, it's gone. Right.
Like what's here?
No. Oh, get off me. He just carried on running. What a terrible shop.
I guess a bunch of stam.
Oh, wait. Wait, hang on.
Got it.
Lightweight?
Oh, how much is it?
17. Hmm.
Oh, that's fine. That's worth. I'm just gonna
Are we
get us
also full
some
HP?
more stam. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Pocket card worth?
It's like
Nah,
40k
the pocket card's
normally.
kind of shit.
Oh, no, the pocket card, so you can put the bag of money in the pocket card, I've been told. Although, I feel like the big bag is bigger than this. That's what somebody told me.
Maybe.
I
I
don't
can
know.
see it being good for the money.
Yeah.
Why is everyone making fun of my accent, man? This is bullshit. Just playing the game.
Everybody take a stam.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so this drone tray makes objects weigh like nothing. You can scroll to move objects like closer and further away as well. But
Oh, I see.
yeah, so you just like push it out near the item and then press E and it'll like attach. And if it attaches to you, you can jump higher as well.
I see.
Yeah.
That is insane.
I wonder if you can get into the attic solo with that. It's in the shop.
But you don't have your items
pretty
when you're
high.
in the shop. You'd need it to be like in the shop itself.
Yeah, if it's in the shop.
Yeah.
Alright, time to kill some ducks with the pauldrons. Oh shit, it's the new firebolt.
All right, I'll
Oh
leave
my
that
god,
up
there's
to
a
you.
fucking... Oh, there's Vi-handers here too. Oh my god.
Oh.
What?
You can put that in the extract. It's like you can just if you can just put items like straight up in the extract. It doesn't need to be in the cart.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
Whoa, the Nimbus 2000. She's like this model. Gonna need 2 people for this, I'm afraid. Otherwise, it might.
I'm letting go. I'm letting go.
3 should be fine. I'm just scared of it fucking smacking on the. It's all good. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's totally not fine. Oh, that was easy. Did it bonk? I couldn't see. See, it's just that easy.
Yeah, I could have used the feather drone.
It's the world's smallest bag of money. The fuck? Over the table. A good few items in here. Bonk. I don't know where Trey went.
He went down the hallway here. Oh, you got a bottle. Nice.
Yeah.
You might want to just take that back to the extract. Or actually, no, we finished the extract.
Fucking
yeah.
box, please tell me.
Just put it in here then. It's alright. Oh, there's another bottle.
Bro, there's a fucking box.
Oh, I can take that. We just need to find the extract. Let's get all these small items.
Yeah.
Something up there.
Oh, no.
You know what? I wonder, can you jump on the cabinet shelf?
What?
Salad, what the?
No, I lifted up a diamond from the floor and it blew up on the floor. It's not my fault. This game's bad. This should fit. Woo!
Oh.
Oh.
I don't know how that didn't break.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if Trey's found the, other thing.
Yeah.
I would assume it's up here somewhere. Hello. Oh.
Yeah, if somebody wants to take the cart, I'm gonna go get that box.
Sure. I'll take the responsibility on totally not breaking this. It's fine.
Alright, box coming through. Yeah, it's been pretty tame so far. I haven't even seen a monster.
Dude.
Excuse moi? Oh, there's a monkey. I think you might have dropped a monkey. Oh, dear lord.
Oh.
Oops.
So I don't want to put this in, right?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Can I put this in? Probably not. No.
No.
Oh.
There's a couple more items hanging around.
Yeah.
There is one of those
base
really
here?
slow dudes is here, by the way.
There's an hourglass. You know what? Hold on. Let's.
Oh, back up, back up, back up.
I put this in, right?
You can put the vase in the extract. We need.
We might want to hurry this up.
Why?
There's a big dude coming. He's like in the room.
There's an hourglass back there. Fuck.
It's like the worst item it could be.
It's going the other way.
Oh. Alright, so we're gonna drag this on and then push the cart in, I guess.
I can just like hold it above the box.
Oh, okay then.
So just push the cart in.
I see.
It's a little
I think
scary.
that should be good.
I'm sure we'll find out. Oh.
Oh,
What?
Wait, I think it just bugged out. I think it did work.
Yeah, it might have... Yeah.
I don't know. We got plus 50k. Like we have like 80k, which is still
Yeah.
a fuck ton. So I feel like it worked, but.
Yeah, where's the,
Oh, everybody grab him.
Grab one. Dude. Okay.
I can't get it.
Okay, grab me.
Can we
Okay.
put him in the hole? Put him in the hole. Put him in the hole.
Oh. You...
Fucking going crazy.
It's insane!
Okay, maybe.
Wait, hang on.
All right.
Hang on.
Teamwork. Go, go, go.
Go.
Fuck you. Oh,
Oh
wait.
yeah. So when they die, they drop a ball, and that's where the
I
loot.
didn't realize it. Oh.
Oh,
It
bro.
broke. Oh.
Yeah, bro.
We can't get the loot anymore, anyways, because.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh! This fucking guy. They're okay. Yeah, they're fine, surely. I'll give them like 30 seconds. Maybe they tried to book it when I booked it and died to the night. I'm gonna leave. Oh. Well, they're both alive, but... Guys, hurry! Team! Team! Go! Run!
Yes!
Run!
Stamina! Take the mine!
Oh god.
Oh, wait.
It's fine.
Oh,
It's fine.
I wasn't even the ship when it left. Wait, did I die too? Oh no, I
This
didn't.
fucking guy.
Sorry, guys. Dude, I was waiting. I don't know. I thought you guys would have
We
made
had
it back.
scary man on us. I was sat under a table and he just kept trying to chomp my head off.
That's okay. We got an
Worst
indestructible drone.
teammate. This is my teammate, Cat Despair.
You wanna always check the upstairs, I guess?
I
Right?
can't.
Yeah, the
fucking
grenades
lift it.
are cheaper. The map player
Oh,
upgrade, yeah, that
my
would be
head.
nice.
Come on, you got it this
Try this
time. This is
again.
it.
Yeah.
I believe.
Why it doesn't want to crouch? Okay, hold on. Can I grab you? So far away.
Hang on. Here.
Okay. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah,
There
strength
we
is a good
go.
upgrade.
I thought there was nothing up here. This attic is garbage.
The swords, like melee weapons, are like few uses only, right? Or like limited use.
I think the infinite
And I'll
use
get
of
it.
the sword is just. Man, I remember when I had health before this blew me up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You can take the health upgrade at least.
I have more than Trey at least.
I think. Wait, who has the health upgrade? Who's at 120 or like max?
I think Trey.
I'm 120.
Okay.
120.
All right. I'm just taking these. You guys could take whatever else you want.
Alright. Yeah, how much stamina are you on, Trey?
50.
Okay, if you take that one, you'll be on 60, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on 70 now.
I'll take
whatever rest.
one range.
Here you go. Take this one.
Oh my gosh. Sure.
Oh, our mine stayed at least.
Yeah, you get all this stuff back, I think. Well, if you don't use it. Mines.
Oh, okay. I probably shouldn't have a grenade, given my track record with them, but...
Oh yeah, wait. I can heal you a little bit. If you touch somebody's neck, okay, turn around.
That's
And
nice.
give them a little bit of health.
Back shots equals... Okay, dude.
Oh. We have a monster destroyer right here.
Unless it's a head.
No, you can indestructible drone the chainsaw.
Oh, yeah, you can. My god.
Oh yeah. So yeah, this is a chainsaw tray. And you can actually kill shit with it. And the drone we have makes stuff not break anymore. So you can just like use that to
Oh yeah.
infinite
Do you just
chainsaw.
like grab it and or hold it and it'll spin? Or...
Yeah, I mean you could try it. I'm not sure when you let go of it though, it might need to be like rotated up in order for it to turn off. Like the saw needs to be facing towards like the ceiling.
How do I rotate?
Hold right click.
wanna see. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh no. Oh god. I'm sure this can't go badly.
There you go.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how like turning it off works because sometimes I let go of it and it just keeps going. So.
Oh god.
Hi. Friends?
Yeah, they're friends.
Don't let him fool you.
Okay.
Gonna need your help here, this buddy. There's a pretty big thing here that I can't get.
Oh, the server. Okay.
Oh, it's not a server.
Well, there's a server right here.
Oh. Well, that one's like next to us. I was thinking of this thing.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna just put this in real quick.
Making a fucking pig's ear of that.
Yeah, this fucking cart.
Oh yeah. You want to take that out?
Yeah, I didn't even mean to put it in. Alright.
How did I literally touched it against a bucket? Fucks. Alright, it's over here.
Oh yeah, right.
Reaper man? Something? Reaper?
Because there's ain't no way this is coming down otherwise.
We could kill the Reaper maybe. Here, you can grab that salad.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna need the indestructible drone back.
Stuck in the door. Hang on, I'm gonna fucking rotate it. Oh, it just doesn't sound good. I wonder if we can get the carton though.
Yeah, I think we could. Okay, are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready as I'll ever be. Alright, push this shit in real quick and then we'll try and get the
Oh no.
Oh god. Wait, that should fit.
Oh, it did
Okay,
work.
well we didn't get the carton, but
That's okay. The cart's not that full.
yeah. It was heavy, okay? Okay, nice.
Yeah, I tried to feather drone the thing, but it like attached to the cart. Classic.
Oh, there's an item here. On the shelf? I wonder if Trey's found the, he has.
Where's that Reaper? I want to kill it.
I don't know, but I think Trey might be dead. I see like an item off the map. Oh, I know he's here.
It's fine. It's fine. There's a big thing down there that requires a drone, I think.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
See. You can solo carry it with it, right?
Yeah. So with both the drones, it can't be destroyed. Oh, careful.
Yeah.
I could actually kill you with this thing. Since you have like no health.
Jesus. I'm steamrolling. Oh no! Get away! Oh. My head.
Your head. Oh no.
Alright. Let's take this bad boy in there.
Yeah, there's a few things over here though, if you want to come.
We need to do one more anyway.
Oh, there's 3. Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
We don't take the drone, right? Or the axe, wait, saw thingy. Right?
You could take it. I want to kill something with it, but I haven't really seen anything.
Yeah.
Hey, Riffraffs, thank you for the 18 months. Can I kill this thing? Wait, does Trey still have the...
I don't know how this works. How do I play this thing?
This is gonna go terribly.
Okay, you gotta have
Oh
it,
no!
You gotta have it.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's not broken, thankfully. Hold on. There was a... Good job.
Okay, I'm just playing turtles. Oh god, oh god.
Oh! I'm alive. Die! Die! She doesn't die, dude!
Oh, this is dead.
How is it not dead, bro? This chainsaw is terrible.
This is so fucked.
Fucking bitch.
This is so
Dude, the chainsaw is trash. Which makes no
Yeah.
sense, but I hit him like 40 times with it.
why?
I was trying to chase after you and kill it with the nade, but it's killed me.
Yeah.
Fuck. It's fine.
I'm sure Trey will be fine.
Places.
He just needs to get to the extract.
Do you know where it is?
Hopefully he knows about the map, yeah.
I
He'll
don't know
find
where
it.
I'm supposed to be going. Oh, dude.
Well, there's
Go
so
ball.
many of these little explosive bits.
Dude.
Trey.
I just realized Trey has like 20 HP.
Trey. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He's got this.
I believe.
Wait, do I need to take this? I'm so confused. I'm not really sure where I'm even supposed to take half the shit. But this is
Oh,
the
no.
beginning. I need to find one more extract if I understand correctly. Maybe.
He's
Damage is
learning.
based on the price. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm shocked that it didn't die. I was holding that saw for so long.
Just on mine. Got it. Extract.
Oh no, there's a little vomiter, dude.
Find the extraction point, which is here. No, maybe.
Oh, it's through here.
Mm.
Oh, should have
Does
told
he
him
know
I'm putting
about our
heads in
heads?
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit.
The stamina back.
Against the player, it does 1 damage. Hmm.
What is that? Okay. Your body.
Oh wait.
So it said something about extracting the bodies to revive them.
Oh, we did say it apparently.
That way.
Yeah, there's like a tutorial that pops up for new players. So
Oh.
I guess he actually paid attention, Pog.
Your body actually I should have taken it on the card.
Oh my god, he's learning.
Here.
He's doing it.
My streamer.
11 health and a dream. Is it this way? It is this
I
way.
want to know where the old lady went.
Sometimes enemies despawn
more
after
work
they've
on
been,
that.
like, active for a while, I've noticed.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just... Monkey, you can join the club.
Look at him go. Put it in tray.
Do the newbie approach, I guess. Hopefully not die. Wait,
He's gonna be the
he
bait
does it
for when
on his
everything
own, he does,
spawns.
yeah.
Let's get the fuck out of here. Oh no. No!
Pretty tame.
Wait,
What?
Trey?
Do you think he got blown up?
Maybe.
Can we, like, bring him in and out to res? Oh, I guess not.
No. My streamer. Oh god, they're coming. Go away! Did you get blown up, Trey?
Yeah. So wait, you revived during that round? I thought you were like reviving only on next round or something.
No,
No,
no, so you can
no.
revive every extract.
Oh, I
Anytime
see.
you bring
I see.
money out. So.
I like panic running and there's like bunch of dead bodies. I was trying to extract also solo there because I thought I saw them on live, but
Yeah.
I guess
Well, nice
luckily
job
that
though.
didn't go off.
Yeah, fuck's sake.
Yeah.
One day I will get good at throwing a sword.
If you guys want to get some heals, could too. Might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, it might not be a bad idea.
I'm comfortable with the one. It's fine.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
There we go. Oh wait, there's a grenade up here. Yeah. Incoming. Cheeky 2k grenade.
I don't know what the tumble launch
Nice.
upgrade really does.
What are the
Sledgehammer.
energy crystals?
They recharge the
they're
drones
Yeah.
and
Oh, I
weapons.
see.
You can recharge like the guns and swords and anything really.
We'll try. Ah!
God damn it.
Actually. Yeah.
Big bullet.
Yeah, I think it makes your jump queue go farther. I just don't really
Oh,
know how useful that
Well,
is.
Wrong person.
Oh.
Taking his anger out on this. Damn.
I'm taking 1 strength. I don't know.
How much HP
Who
have we all
else?
got?
120.
How much
120
HP
as
you got
well.
this? Oh, yoink. Now there's one left. Who's gonna fight for it?
These two take it.
Okay. Do you need strength, Salad?
Oh yeah, I don't think I've not got 1 strength yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Take a heal if you need
Take
it.
a-
I do want to
take
do
some
like
heals,
the
try.
back rub first or something.
The what?
Or can you do it like? Can you like heal? Can you like heal if you're only 1 health, or can you always do it? Like
No,
the,
it takes 10
time
HP
heal.
off you when you use it. So you should use. There's 50 HP if you're here, basic on these.
There you go.
Yeah.
You could take a nade as well, probably.
Yeah, definitely take some nades.
I'd take a nade.
Wait, did I use this? Got it.
Oh my god!
Holy shit, this is so hot.
It's huge.
Holy.
Should I finish it already? Maybe not.
Fucking doll.
Oh.
I wonder how much damage she does. Easy.
I don't know which way I should go. I feel like we should probably turn stuff in soon. Hello.
Hello.
Yo. There's a few more items on the side over here.
Oh, Trey almost got smashed.
Almost.
Oh,
I have to shut the ring in. Oh.
buddy.
You almost fucking stole the money. I clipped and moved the money almost out of that thing.
I go.
Nice.
I can't throw grenades. I'm just
Oh,
so
you killed
bad at
him.
it. Oh,
Still.
never mind. I'm good at it.
That was. Oh, come on! The eye, dude. I grabbed the orb and the eye turned me around and yeeted it into the wall.
You know what I think I need to do when I'm throwing nades? I need to turn off my screen so it's just infinite.
Yeah, well, you gotta left click to let go of them too. You don't like let go.
Yeah.
After, like, because pulling them out.
Do I grenade?
I think he's dead.
Oh, we got him.
Dead. Oh,
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Landmine.
Let me go grab the
Elbozo.
cart.
Yeah.
Out and then let go while it's rolling out. Really bad at doing it. Should be good in this little corner here. I'm 2 for 2.
Yeah, nice job.
Both
gotta
are
go-
totally
Ooh.
intended.
Got a big old harp in here.
broken, I was gonna scream.
I'm gonna see if there's an extract over here.
Okay.
Oh, this is definitely an extract. See if there's anything in. Oh, okay. We should probably do this extract first. Are they good? Guys?
Can you please not
Oh,
sleep?
okay. No, I need to get the harp, but I need to push the cart there too. I guess they're working on the other extract? I don't know. This is why having 2 carts would be like so nice though. Oh, hi.
Nice.
Okay, will you push the carton? Will you? Yeah, yeah.
Did we get the correct amount? I feel like we don't have 31.
I don't know.
I feel like we didn't get... It said like 71, like it was saying 71k or something, but...
Maybe something broke. Oops. Oh, wait, do you think because the indestructible drone was on it, it... Dude, I was close enough with the harp, 100%. Maybe because the harp had the indestructible on it. There's no way the harp was out of this. Other drones in the cart? No, it's not.
No. Oh.
Whatever. They're no, it's gone. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you don't... I guess... Why keep it on? Because, well... Because I thought it would just spawn. Is it back in the... I want to see if it's back. Yeah, I guess you don't want to hold stuff in there. I guess it like bugs it out. Yeah, it's just fucking gone. I thought it might have respawned back here, but it didn't. That's fucking lame. Alright, well, I guess we don't do that from now on. Oh, it'll respawn after this round, but... This is not the first time I've seen this bug out. We got a TV.
Yeah. Should I just carry this or put it in the cart?
You can try to put it in.
Looks alright.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Salad has so many items stacked up there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I did a little bit of farming. Just a little bit. Put the we can put the little ones on in the corner.
That's it. That dude. What is that dude? Oh god.
Throw the nade at him, Trey.
I played that.
Trey, no!
Oh, he grabbed me
no.
too? Oh, that's... I'm okay. Barely.
Okay.
Is that
Oh,
grenade going?
hold
He's
on.
coming! Oh shit! What is that?
Okay, nice. No, just might landmine him.
Okay. I dropped a grenade, but I...
It's on the floor. You can get it again.
Yeah. Sure. Oh, dude. Okay.
He got him. All right, put his head. Good job, Trey.
Good job, Woody. You did it. We're proud of you. That might be a little. Put it in the corner here. Oh god, there's so many TVs.
Put the TV on the cart.
There's two.
There's a second TV? Oh.
Yeah, it's here.
Alright, grab
just
it.
drag that to the back, I think.
Well, there's too much money in the thing now.
Ah. Okay, hang on.
Just stack it.
Lift it up a bit more. It won't go up. Okay, that's.
There we go.
Yeah, sure.
All right. You push the cart, I'll get this one.
Alright. Okay, that should be fine, hopefully. Oh no, this will be fine.
Hope I didn't push Trey's head out.
Surely not. There he is.
Hey, I did it. Well, I did
Sacrificed
something.
himself to the cause. Now we just have to get out of here. With no weapons left.
Yo, what's up, Cynic? Jesus. Yeah, doing the like saving one of the closer extractions for last is probably not a bad idea. The rounds are getting very long. Yeah, also the shadow guy solo is like extremely cringe. Maybe you've just been lucky, but like that shadow guy can just if he can just grab you and throw you into a pit. So like and he can also just drag you into an enemy. Like I had 180 health And he dragged me into the night guy and it just killed me instantly with 180 HP. It's like, okay.
Oh no.
Okay. Okay. That was scary.
He's coming.
Nice. Wow, we got a lot of money. Holy.
Holy.
Alright, anybody want to go up top?
It's your turn, Trey. Actually,
Sure.
yeah, your
Oh.
turn.
We have any good weapons?
Grenade. Always.
Yeah, that's good.
That's good.
Bring it down.
I don't really got any good weapons here now. Oh, that was,
Do you guys have range upgrades? Have you pressed tab?
No.
Okay, I put 2 ranges in, so you can get that.
Okay.
Range upgrade
There's
is
a big
pretty
cart
nice.
here.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you
let's
for
get the big
explaining.
cart.
having-
Let's actually
Oh,
get that.
yeah.
Nice
There's a cheaper
call.
one. There's a cheaper one. There's a cheaper
Oh,
one.
wait, is it a small one or a big one?
No, it's a big one.
Oh,
41k.
How much was this?
Nice.
44.
oh, meh, yeah, I guess we kind of need a crystal.
Oh,
How much
yeah.
are they?
They're not like 6k, right?
12k.
Oh,
12k
no.
is the cheapest. I'm gonna take 1 health upgrade out of here, I guess.
Yeah.
We can get
Yeah.
maybe some few heals. Anything else?
I don't think there's anything cheap enough.
Yeah. All right.
2 carts is nice though. It's big.
Yeah, that'll be really good.
Alright, you two can take those, there's 2 staminas, you two can take them, so you're on 70 each?
I'm on 60.
Sure.
Yeah, but I've got 70.
Fuck, and you're gonna join in 15 minutes? Okay. Sounds good.
How many can you have in a lobby?
6.
I've got 6. Oh, Larxa can't join, she's on a break today.
Take your range upgrades, guys.
Oh,
Who
yeah,
has
yeah.
120 health?
Ah, you fucking...
What?
Does anybody have
I have
120?
140.
I'm on 120.
Okay, take the health upgrade.
Surely my grenade will hit this time. I mean, it did last time, but still.
Alright.
Should I use the
Come
heal or
here,
no?
buddy.
Yeah, I mean, if you...
Do they get waste? Do they go to waste if you don't use them? Or do they
No,
stay?
no, they
Well,
stay.
Okay. I'm just gonna leave it then.
Double cart action.
Yeah, crazy.
Oh yeah, so there can be like hidden stuff. Here, Salad. I'll put you up.
Thank you.
They be in the pots, like inside
Fucking
the pots.
not in.
Yeah, it could be in the pots up there.
Oh, can it? Well, shit. Hang on.
I don't know. Probably can be something up in on those ones too.
Alright, okay, this is the jump. This is the jump. I fucked it.
Let's try.
That's it.
Oh no.
I banged my head. Ooh, a cup. Oh. The fuck was that?
That's Trey
Did you
dying.
get?
That's fine.
Oh.
I don't know what that was.
Oh. It was fucking sideways bars
fuck.
that
Salad, salad.
exploded. Think I got them? Oh, there's one left.
They did a little bit of damage, but...
Yeah. That one didn't even die. He's not that. What are you made of?
Let's go in these side... let's go in these side rooms first. Do a little loop.
Oh, God.
Ooh, a staff.
Oh, no.
You can kill stuff with that staff, actually.
Yeah, it's dangerous, though.
I can drone that staff back. I'll leave the cart here if
Yeah.
there's anything up there.
Does it fire if it just bonks, or is it if it takes damage?
It's if it bonks, yeah.
Oh. I hope Trey's okay.
I think he's alright.
Been a dangerous game though, buddy. Anything here? No.
I think I might take this back. Wait, I need help, actually. Guys? Hello?
Dude, this fucking staircase is tough.
Oh, yeah? Will you come... I think we should go back and finish the first extraction.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this book here.
Okay. If you want to grab the
Just up
cart.
there. Oh, it's the world's thinnest staircase, my god. Oh.
Oops.
A little worrying that there's nothing been put in the extraction yet, but I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, alright, you grab that. I will grab the staff.
I'm gonna go ahead with this because if it bonks, I don't want to get lasered.
Yeah, I mean, I'm aiming it at the sky right now.
I hear something.
I see the cart to our side. Hasn't moved very far. So we should, before we turn this in, we should probably check to see if Trey's alive.
Yeah. I think I did hear something that direction, so I'm going to assume he's not.
Yeah, I think he's dead. Oh, wait, no, he's fine. What's up?
There's a... I don't know what this dude is.
Oh,
Leave me alone.
the chopper lady.
Yeah, he's just camping me in this corner here.
He's not leaving anywhere. Okay.
Pick her up. Oh no. Fuck.
Oh.
She's low, but do you have a grenade?
No grenade?
Oh fuck. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead.
Sorry, this is the triple
okay.
one.
Okay. Let's go to. All right, we're gonna go turn this stuff in. You can keep looting. Oh no! Wait, no. Oh, okay. Dude, I thought that gnome just fucking like obliterated everything. Take one of these so I get above 50 health. I don't think we have any battery left to charge. It's okay though. There's enough left. This cart hasn't moved very far. Guys,
I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it.
Did
what's going on?
just crowd.
We're trying to get up top on these.
Ah,
I keep falling.
Just get on this box.
You crouch. You
Okay, you're so much smarter than this guy. Crazy. Oh!
Is there something?
There is.
Ooh.
Oh, but it might be a bit of a struggle to pick it up myself. Oh no. No, this is a two-man one.
what is
It's
it?
it's the big cube.
Here,
Oh,
grab it.
I got it.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, fuck off. Get over the
Well,
thing.
I can grab it. Trey, will you grab the other cart?
You got it? Yeah.
Sure. Where is it here?
You should be able to see it on the map. Fucking Bach. All right, let's put it in. Yeah.
There we go.
Nice.
Salt or something he needs the drone, I think, if I heard correctly.
Oh, he needs the drone.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Oh.
gnome? Oh.
Oh, ruh-roh.
No, they're breaking my trophy!
What the? How did that land in here?
Oh, did it land in the thing?
Yeah, it landed in my cart.
Oh, nice. There's a vase up on this one. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
But
I
it's
see.
gonna need indestructible land.
Where is it?
Up on that one over there. I can't point at it.
Well,
If you we can lift you up though.
All right, that works. Yeah.
That should be good, yeah. Oh, the shadow guy took Trey. Bye, Trey. Wait,
Oh,
Trey.
it's-
I got you.
Okay, here, go chase him. Fuck.
Wait, have you got a nade?
Oh, I'm about it. Crazy size ladies, just, shit, I don't.
Yeah. Oh, it's two doors. There is a scythe lady nearby.
where's the...
Cart's over
Do we
here.
have any? Do we have any more nades or anything?
I don't think so.
Darn. I think there might be one in the ship. I'm gonna go check.
Do we try to put a base in?
We should just take it to the extract, probably.
Or,
But I don't know. Is there one? There might be one right here.
oh, there's one at the very beginning, like all the way to the beginning, which is
Oh.
where I first went.
Well, we can do that one last. Maybe there's one here? Yeah, this is an extra... Oh, wait, no, it's not. Never mind. You can see what's here, though.
Poison bit down. Assume that's just an instant death.
Yeah.
Anything up there? Those
I don't think
balconies?
so. Oh, there can... Oh. Okay. We need to get another extract activated. Oh my gosh, a cube too. Potion. Okay,
didn't kill
There's a
her.
box here. Wait, let's go up. Salad?
Safe lady's on her way.
Right, where's the other card? Do we have one over here?
Yeah, the other one's back at the other extract. I didn't. Nobody else took it,
Right.
so.
I guess I'll try to go get it.
Yeah, you can see it on the map. It's not that far.
Man's got me.
Salad? Where the fuck? Dude, we need to activate another extract. I don't know where it is. Alright, we can go get that cube that was down there.
It was this way, right?
Yeah, down the stairs. Okay, nice. What's up?
Do I take the card?
All the way there, or do we just grab it up here?
I can YOLO it up here. You can just keep it.
You take that, and I'll take the thing here.
Sure. Oh, the potion.
Whatever this ball thing is. This portion. Yeah. What? Dude. Oh god. Bong bong.
I gotta take this box as well.
Boom.
Oh, fuck.
There's something behind me.
Oh. Trey. Oh, fuck. This isn't good.
Oh my
Dude,
god.
what the fuck? Here, Salad, you gotta grab this guy. Oh wait, we gotta kill the gnomes though. Oh.
I got. Where the fuck is it?
I think
Oh,
he's gone.
You see ya? Oh, okay, yeah. Damn it.
Oh.
Dude, the fucking the doughboys around.
Okay.
She should be low HP.
But how do we... There's two of them?
Oh, I'm grabbed.
Oh. My fucking god. Where did the box... Is the box broken? Dude. Wait, this is so fucked. That guy didn't die. Yeah, they can join after this. We're struggling, all right? Is this... Did we activate the one that's close to the start? I think we did. Guys, come here. Grab it, grab him. Grab him.
Hang on, there's fucking gnomes. I can't. They're gonna break everything if I don't.
Okay,
Hang
I
on.
think you saved me.
Okay. Bro, this fucking box.
Yeah, it can't be on its... It needs to be facing up. Quick, we need to rotate it.
Okay. There's another fucking gnome somewhere. Okay.
Yeah, I got him. Just...
Dude, this fucking... I'm gonna fucking lose it, right?
How many are there?
I genuinely think I killed like 10 on my way here.
Dude! Got these gnomes on me, box fucking spamming me with messages. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's just turn it in.
Yeah, hang on. Oh, well, that's not gonna work. Go on. Okay, that should work. You minus 1,000.
Oh. Hopefully Trey's okay.
Yeah, poor dude got left to his own devices.
Okay, I mean, there's another part with like 15k in it, but... Why did we activate this one, dude? We should have saved this one. Oh, fuck. Oh, Trey killed it. I think the extract is this way. I don't know if Salad is dead. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Probably just gonna turn this shit on. Oh wait, he is dead. I think we should just turn it in. It's too risky. I think Trey and I will just try to escape. I'm sorry, Salad. We can maybe take his head back to the ship and res him. I don't know. And Bach and all of them are waiting on us, so... Yeah, I know there's the broom. It's just, dude, the shadow guy is lurking about. It's just, it's too dangerous.
Just revive.
Hey.
I didn't think you could get me. I feel like this.
Oh god, the shadow guy's here. Grab him. Oh.
Oh.
Goodbye. He might save me. This might be okay. Trey might be dead, but this is actually good, I think. No. No. Bro.
Yep. Oh, man.
Shadow guy is
The
such a
Shadow
piece
guy.
of shit, dude.
The second I walked off from you, he grabbed me and dropped me in a hole.
Yeah, that's why we just needed to work together. Like, the only way to kill him is to work together.
Yeah.
Like, you have to grab him as a team.
The issue is, every time we tried, a fucking, like, 10 gnomes came along.
Yeah, that's also true.
Wait, no, this please. I'm sorry.
What the hell is this shit?
This is the King of the Losers.
I see, I see. I was standing AFK and I got fucking shotgun to the face.
Alright, well, I guess,
Very nice.
I guess it works out that we can start,
Yeah,
start a new one.
Yeah, we actually did that on purpose.
totally.
Alright, I'm inviting everybody. Do I not have 0 on my friends list? What? Did he change his name?
He probably unfriended everyone.
I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be
There
right
he
back.
is. Oh no.
Who's ready to have some fun today? I am. Fun is going to be had. I love these guys so much. This is the W prisoner. This is NPC. This is giving NPC or right now. Did something happen? This is crashing out.
Where's this Lorax guy?
This is for farming. Why won't he join and invite? Chat is cute. Invite Norxio and Zero. Fuck you.
Okay.
Fuck you. Invite Norxio and Zero. Or farmer.
No, is that the real Zero?
Hit Zero. Smiley face. Norxio.
Test, test, test.
Oh no, I accidentally muted Lorax.
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Holy shit.
everybody.
Holy smokes.
Oh, I had the stream open. I was like, what is this echo?
See, everybody can't wait to hello. I did it, my mic is working. Bullshit, Zero. Ever change color. Use a press bullshit, mic, you are okay.
Better change that mic, Zero, buddy.
Use a mic, bullshit, see.
Alright, one of you needs to change your, change your color. We have 2 oranges.
I'm a fox. I need to be orange.
Change color, god damn it.
Alright,
I'm trying. I can do change.
cool.
Hey everybody!
Hi, buddy.
Geeter.
Yeah, it was a slightly different orange, but we need to know who's who. Very important. Good start.
Hello? You find buddy. Let's go see. Oh no. Let's go.
You good, buddy?
Oh no.
What's happening here?
Tomfoolery.
Bog, just, you know, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
This is mine.
Nice. Ah, I like it. Woohoo!
We didn't just loot. Oh no.
That's yours?
Is that you, Ray? Oh,
Yeah,
it is.
that's me.
Sorry, I had to get close to see
Look,
your
it's your
name.
best friend.
Oh, shit.
Ducky.
He's just a
Lucky.
friendly little guy. Oh no.
Help!
Hello? Or fucking loot, Larksa!
Wait, Zero? Is that you, Zero? Yeah.
I turned out that my microphone was muted.
Last.
Where's the card? Where's the card? I'm dead.
This person you make me sure that got me really thinking about your soul.
Oh, that's the nicest thing you've ever.
Larksa! You broke the love potion!
Can we ban Larksa? Oh.
Oh, my internet's dying. And the game is dying. Client timeout. Nice fucking internet, dude. What the fuck, man? Alright. I don't know, dude. I don't know if it's the internet or the game. I think it was my internet, actually. Is my stream went down for a second.
Pass. F.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, yeah, it works now.
Oh, your mic was broken?
No, it wasn't broken. It was like muted from the mic itself. It has like a touchpad
Here.
thing, and I accidentally pressed it, and I didn't know.
God.
Classic.
Hey, buddy, what's up, Buck? Why do you sigh every time you talk to me, Buck?
Relatable experience.
Oh, Zero.
Yes.
Nice to finally meet you, Zero, by the way.
Yeah, first time we ever talked to each other.
I'm just kidding.
This is unironic.
Okay, so I never played this game
First time
before. I
I've
know
played
it's like
Zero.
with the company, but is there like anything else I need to know?
No, just get the loot. We'll
Don't
kind of
break
explain
shit.
things as we go.
Don't go anywhere near Larksa when you have loot, okay?
Don't break shit. Don't go near the
Yeah,
nether
she
where
loves
you
to
have
run
loot.
into your shit.
What do you mean? I literally witnessed you break like 5 things.
What? Oh shit! Fuck!
you
Fuck!
just
Shit! Fuck!
you
See
hit
what
my
I mean?
thing.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, so if it hits like the ground, it loses value.
Yeah. You don't want bomb items.
Okay, interesting.
What the fuck?
Oh, there's like
You
a
okay,
there's like
buddy?
a throne. Crown. Hey, buddy.
Oi, what is that? Oh.
Trey. Oh no, Trey!
Happening? Help!
You puked in the cart!
I got a puke thing. Why am I puking? Can I get rid of this? Oh god.
Oh, what's on your face there, buddy?
What the hell?
What's wrong with you? Oh my fucking god. Oh yeah. Also, if you press tab, you need to.
Aw. Oopsies.
Yeah.
I like.
I have a set though. Here.
Hi, buddy.
What the hell was that?
How do you kill that thing?
I'm not sure actually. And if you have like a gun, I think you can, but.
I got the bottle.
We got 20,000. Nice. We're freaking rich. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, a big boy.
Thanks.
No, not me, not me. What the f-
Wait, can we put the...
Whopper?
Oh shit! I'm so sorry.
What the hell just happened? I just got bonked in the head.
I'm just putting it in. I think we got.
What's the floating Whopper do?
He attaches to your face and makes you puke.
Just like the normal Whopper. Am I right?
Yeah.
Good one, Bog! Sorry, I'm glazing.
Alright, we're leaving, guys.
This game's stuck.
Yeah, we're leaving.
I save Larks and get killed by some random fucking prick.
You think they're all gonna die?
Maybe. Why did?
What?
Get in!
I didn't know we were going. What the fuck?
Nope.
That's fun.
R.E.P. Bozo.
They just left and then I exploded.
Yeah, when the mission ends, you gotta get back, otherwise you get blown up. That's the rule.
Yep.
Oh, so
Yeah,
I need
yeah.
to stay out. I mean, okay.
Yeah, once we use all
You get
the
blown?
once you gotta get back from the beginning.
Ah, yeah.
Get out of the way of the upgrades, damn it.
This fucking guy, man. First he blows everyone up, and then he just.
Where's the
Impatient.
kitchen? Oh, it's in here.
Oh, he's gonna cook.
To the kitchen? Oh.
Yeah.
Alright, Buck, can you press Q?
Oh, yeah.
Alright, open up the toilet,
Put me
Zero.
in.
Okay.
Put me in.
There you go.
It's high school all over again.
It's the Dark Souls 2 run, though.
Good one, Zero.
What the fuck is going
You're
on?
listening to two asylum patients.
Good one.
Christ, fuck.
Alright, slackers are being destroyed.
We're leaving.
Yoink.
Nice. Health upgrade.
Oh, Jesus.
Who is griefing? Oh my god, griefing.
What just happened?
Okay.
Oh boy.
Someone set off a flash grenade.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you can like put items in your inventory, like the grenades, by holding it and pressing 1, 2, or 3.
I have one.
If you press E, it like activates
you
it.
don't hold it and you press E.
Alexa?
That's not how you do it, huh?
No.
No, that's
Alexa,
not
That's how
do
you
it
turn it
now.
on.
Ah,
Yeah, okay.
It wasn't me, I was asking.
That's how you
I want
turn
the
it on.
box off. Okay.
No, I believe he's there. Don't worry about it.
One more.
Fantastic backshot.
Trey, where you at, buddy? Trey, look.
What? Nice crown.
That's cute.
Ocarina of Time.
She's gonna break it.
Don't. You're. Oh, fuck.
And you literally just broke it.
No, I did.
I just witnessed you do it.
That's you're gaslighting me.
I think I carry enough. I don't know.
Shit.
Hey, a monkey carrying a monkey.
I might go turn this in. Oh shit.
Oh.
Are you fucking serious? These fucking monkeys are too fucking big, dude.
Monkeys.
I'm so sick of these monkeys,
shit.
dude.
Dude, just put them on the.
Yeah, just put them on the fucking thing. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, what the hell? He's got bopped by a monkey.
Fuck you, monkey.
Whoa. Oh shit, Slenderman. Oh shit. Nice. Woohoo!
Okay. Coming through.
I downloaded the bigger lobby mod for this game.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did any of you pick up the landmine?
yeah, I got it.
Okay, there's a
There's a what?
there's a grandma hanging around.
Oh, nice.
Oh, there's a monkey up there.
complaints.
The grandma should die with one more because I hit her with one just then. Also,
Oh, Zero's dead.
yeah.
Let me find extraction. Oh, here.
Slender
Carry the
baby killed
extraction
him.
point, a new one.
You guys can bring that if you want.
Okay.
Grandma should be in here somewhere.
Grandma?
You got it.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is
I don't know
Grandma?
what to call her. Like the old bitch in the cloak that just walks after you. She should be like dead if we hit her with one more. But I don't
Oh,
know
you already
where
hit
she
her?
is. Yeah, I hit her with one, so she should be
Okay.
low.
She might have
But I
despawned,
felt-
but
Oh, maybe. That's gonna suck if she did. Yeah, I'm gonna go look for her because.
I can't see. Is it in front of me? The extraction?
Yeah, that room.
Alright.
When it says down, that's
Wait. Okay, can you open the extraction already? Okay.
yeah, is it too much? Hold on, how much are you?
It's 3.3k.
Okay, it's fine, I can put it in.
There.
alright.
Nice.
Well, Zero will come back. I guess we just turn it in.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hi, buddy.
Hey, Skeeter.
Is the exit this way?
can
Follow
see
the
the
light
map.
on
I
the
see
map.
it changed.
Yeah, we're leaving now.
Watch out, buddies. Watch
What the
out.
fuck?
What the fuck is that?
Wait, how do we watch out? Okay. The bug died? What the?
Probably.
What was that? I saw like a shadow. I
Oh,
saw...
here, Larksa.
Yeah.
Give me your back.
Okay. Am I getting back shots? Nice. Thank you.
How much health do you have, Trey? Wait, hold on.
I'm full.
Okay,
I'm full.
heal Larksa before you go in.
Oh.
Oh, too late.
Oh wait, hold up. Wait, can I? Oh.
Nah, it's too late. So like you get healed
Is that a
25
strat?
when you go in the ship. So if you're full HP, you can heal people
Oh, that's so
since
smart.
you're gonna get healed.
You're
Wait,
like a
what is-
giga sweat.
We're bucket zero.
Probably dead.
You're dead. Oh wait, maybe you can save your head. There was like a shadow
Guys?
man though.
I
Hello?
heard Buck screaming and think that old lady got. Oh.
Oh yeah! Oh, please! Hold my hand! I want to stop! Please hold my hand! Please! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay,
Well,
fine.
having a
I'm
full
fine.
group is
Oh my
definitely really good if everyone's trying hard.
I think it might be time to go.
But yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
just
we
go
can
fuck
just
it.
leave.
Oh yeah, they're dead.
Oh boy.
What happened, fellas?
Oh, that guy came under the table.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dude, I died and then I got rezzed, and then I died again.
I'm buying this health. I'm one tap.
Okay.
Well, that's just an upgrade, by the way.
It does give you 20.
Okay.
But...
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
really?
true.
I think that's funny.
I see.
I can't fucking open the thing.
How do you throw stuff really hard?
I just like.
Oops.
Ah!
Unlock scroll wheel?
You know what to do, buddy. And there is. Oh, there is an aid.
Oops.
Is the items RNG?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Here. Put me in the roof.
Okay. Put him in.
Oh, I can't reach.
Come on. You can do it.
It's so small.
No. Oh my god.
Hold on,
Put me up there.
I'm trying, alright. It's hard. I think I have to get up on the table.
It's just
Oh my
extending
God.
your scroll wheel. Oh, that's so close! Holy!
Alright, someone that knows how to play.
Oh, there is a feather one. Yeah, whatever, man.
I just started playing the game, man.
I'm on the table. I'm on the table. Okay. There you go.
Bot keeps
Absolutely.
like, using the TTS to say like Zoom or lingo.
Inside black shot.
Mm-hmm.
Even from her disc.
Mm-hmm. Are we ready?
Yep.
Life to kill black shot.
Let's go.
Hero, you're one tap.
Wait, why do I have
Oh,
1
yeah.
HP?
Guess you died.
You want some health?
Yeah, please.
Alright, who wants health back shots? Turn around.
Zero does. Zero
What?
does.
Zero.
I'm not so
Okay,
sure.
let's give it
I'm
to
not so
zero.
sure I do actually.
Alright.
Yeah,
That's
thanks
all
to
I'm
the back
giving.
shots, guys.
I'm all
I
out.
love the back shots. Keep it up,
Wait,
guys.
wait, let me give you some. Turn
Oh
around.
my god. Ooh. Alright, do not let Bork near this. We'll just bring it to the thing.
Yeah, it's right here.
It's not funny.
Pumped up, you know.
What the hell are those two doing in the corner?
Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
That feels good. Thank you, man.
There we go.
Wait, it looks like Oppenheimer, but he has like a really long chin.
So what does the frog do? He like.
It looks
jump,
like-
he
I think
like-
that's a beard.
to the table.
Yeah, you need to
Oh, it
just
is a
make sure he's
beard.
like far enough
It
away
looks like that
when you
US
let go of him, I
politician.
think.
I can't remember his name.
Otherwise, he can like jump.
Yeah, that one
Yeah,
guy.
okay.
No, what's his name?
Wanna go up here, Trey?
Oh my god.
I got something. One second.
Okay.
Where's the shop?
Heart's over here.
This, look.
Oh my god. Yo, Bach, come here. Stand on
This
this.
again, eh?
Press Q.
This again.
Oops.
Send me up, Peter.
Anything up there, bud?
No.
Sorry, Zero. Oh,
Fuck.
Yeah, no worries, man. Buck, are you gonna find a table to duck under the entire game?
Thought
this time
the
again?
Earth was flat.
Whoa!
You fucking kidding me?
All I see is you guys losing us money. I can't believe it. Oh
Losing us
shit!
money.
ooh.
Average British knife.
Uh-oh, average finish this is behind you!
Oh, salad. Oh, he wants
Oh
you.
no. Oh no.
Here. How much health do you have?
I got 50.
Oh, you're good.
What happened to Excalibur?
I don't know.
Oh.
Salad, come in here.
Hang on.
Fuck off, you piece of sh- Pick this guy up.
Just watch out!
Bro!
I was trying to get to you, but he was in front of me.
There's a cube in there, Salad.
Oh, okay, hang on. Alright, that's going in the corner.
Oh,
Purple.
what?
He's on the corner.
No, it's not.
Wait, did he just walk off or did he despawn?
I don't know. Oh,
I'm
this.
not going to get to our top. Oh, he's there. Alright,
Okay.
okay. He actually just walked. That's coming. Right, we're gonna get that box.
No fucking way.
What?
I'm dead.
I'm dead. I'm stuck in the corner.
Dude.
That's so stupid. How did he know we were there?
I don't know. Well,
I'm sure they'll carry
at
it
least we
fine.
have Trey. Oh, they're doing good. Okay.
0.
Oh,
I'm surprised he survived, given that he got
giant
lasered.
ball.
Oh no, Trey.
Oh god.
Oh, row.
Oh no.
Shit. You dead. Okay. Okay. It's okay.
What is that?
Duck! Run!
Oh, she got my head.
Oh shit! I'm so
She
sorry.
knocked over
Oh
zero.
my god.
Oh fuck shit. Fuck.
Nice, Larksa, nice.
This is.
Yeah,
This
got
My
you.
is
savior. My savior.
I got you.
Preferential treatment, I see.
Alright. Easy rest.
I'll get you guys,
Ooh,
don't worry.
Boys. Oh fuck. No more. Guys, stop slapping.
Put this in the thing. Put this in the thing.
Oh, okay, wait, they got your heads. Or they got
Okay.
Salad's head.
Okay, come on, Zero.
Oh, that shit was.
Lobby.
I don't...
Come on, Zero.
Oh,
I
they're,
don't
they're both so dead.
We have to save
Oh,
the
wait.
boys.
The head's right there.
There's body.
Oh, Zero got it, nice.
Let's go.
Yeah,
I hear a bad guy.
Oh no.
We have to save our buddies. If the guy comes...
What the fuck, man?
Oh, it's so over.
No.
He's where we...
That's fine. They got the rest.
He's right there. Wait, put the guy in the bag. Put the fries in the bag.
Oh my god, he's actually right there. Okay, hold
What
on. I'm gonna try to bait him. You go in
Oh,
for the
no.
win.
Oh no. It was
Hey, idiots!
He's not looking!
Resident Evil 3 is a good game. Yeah, that's right. Oh shit.
Oh my god, he's killing all the loot!
Oh god.
Oh.
I am very funny. Okay, go.
Oh
No.
no.
Idiot.
Dude.
Yeah, that didn't work out.
Yeah, you can crouch his laser.
Yeah, I tried to. I pressed C, X, Z, Alt before I got to control.
Damn.
Alright, Box got this.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll get Lark's head.
Yeah, so if someone
Hold
dies, you get their head, and then what happens? Like they just spawn when.
Yeah,
When you
all the one that
extract.
slightly spawns
Everybody
him.
dead?
Okay, because I think I got Ray's head.
Yeah, there's
you
everyone
got it.
except there's in there.
Yeah,
Box
okay,
got
nice.
it.
Damn, look at
Hey,
him
guys.
carrying. What a guy.
Free carry. No one can say shit to me anymore. You know what? I'm even donating the rest of the funds.
Good job,
First time
Box.
for everything.
Massive 4.
Woo! Let's go!
Hey, buddy!
Good job, Bach.
Massive 4.
Teamwork.
Shots for the round.
Oh. Oh
Got
shit!
bumped in the head.
No! No! I'm all
I-
out of back shots. I can't.
So funny.
There's an eye.
Should be gone now.
W.
Yeah.
Okay.
W. Joyper.
Did we get that cube in there ever?
No. Ah!
Alright, let's get it.
I'm sick of this guy running me over, man.
Oh.
Oh, another clown.
Yay!
There's a precarious looking,
See a little thing to play.
Ah! I'm sick of it.
Oh, there's a
Sorry,
cube
just
there.
Keiko not driving stuff.
Oh, another cube.
on the left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gonna have to just team carry that, I think.
Yeah. Oh!
Oh, there's something in this box too. Hold on.
Yo, I found champagne!
Nothing to
Champagne.
be sorry
Let's
for.
go!
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna put this at the
No, is that Steve
Extraction.
Burnside?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Claire.
No Resident Evil quotes.
Sorry.
Too late.
Alright, you guys
Got a
gotta
big
grab
one.
that box. I'm going
Got
back
myself
to
a
the
big one.
extract.
Alright.
Nice. One at a time.
Yeah, the
One at a time. Take a number.
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay. You know what that's
Oh,
from?
I
Okay,
get that
yeah.
reference. It's from my favorite game, Resident Remake.
Put it on the cube.
The key's hanging on the wall.
My God, this fucking thing keeps falling.
We're fucking around and this is like.
Art Gary.
This is playing for his life.
Hey, Buck got us all back up. You did a good job.
Get the cube.
Quickly, cube!
Oh,
Nice.
boy, fucking asshole. Surely the clown isn't gonna come around the corner, right?
It's alright.
Oh, leisure.
And
Beautiful.
I.
Nice gun, probably. Oh, hi.
Oh my. I. Oh, this.
I got hit. I was ducking and it hit me through the table.
I got lost.
Yeah.
I blame Buck. He was just distracting me with his funny jokes.
Hey, I was under the table. I thought I was safe. Can they hear you talking under the table?
No. I think you
I
just
don't
got
know.
unlucky.
Okay,
Wait, so
just had-
they only hear you if you like speak, or do they also repeat?
Oh,
the
there's
text
only
response
one
thing?
monster that can hear
Yeah.
you.
That guy.
No, it's like a guy with a gun.
Oh, okay.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. I got it. What the fuck?
Are you fucking joking me? I got.
Dist.
Hi. Yeah, those three are dead. I mean,
If
there's
we
a
get our
head over
heads, do we,
here.
like, get something, more money, or is it?
They get like 25 extra health. It like heals them a bit. Oh, there's this jerk off. Bull fucking shit. There's a head in there, but
Where?
yeah, you can see it on the map. It's the red dot, big red dot.
Oh, I see.
This guy, I have this guy like distracted. If you want to grab it, but you should probably just get out of here.
Oh, yeah.
head is at the back of this room.
Oh,
Oh, I see. Oh, there's.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, that thing
Attack me. It's gonna. Of course, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, we look after each other, dude. It's like Fast and Furious. We're family.
Saw Lox's head get thrown unceremoniously onto the ship. Well, we're all 25 all lower, so it's gonna be good.
Are we going all the?
Reach for the sky. No,
there is
no,
a
no,
funny
no.
drone.
Reach for
What
the
does that do?
sky.
It makes objects like super lightweight. I'm gonna buy
Oh,
us some
nice.
heals, I guess.
Wait, where did Lox's head go?
What does an energy crystal do?
No, Buck, I'm sorry. Oh,
It
charging
recharges
up.
stuff.
Okay. I'm guessing frying pan is just like a weapon that you hit the enemies with.
Yeah.
let's just put this here. Holy
The spider
aim.
guy, you can smack him around when you grab him with 2 others. Yeah, good luck actually
Wait.
getting 2 people,
I wanna
or
go up there.
this team to do that.
Right, you gotta... It's like, sorry. There you go, buddy. There you go on. Get crouching.
Team flaming. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
gotta
saying,
hook you.
it's a little chaotic.
There you go.
Oh,
There
I
we
think
go.
you can press. Thank
Yeah.
you!
This is an absolute
My own little room.
I love you, my dear summer.
Why is Lux looking at the sunrise?
Even if I die in my will, W, it will say none and some from this. W, I, W, the W, W, M, W, 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 W,
Oh god.
What? I got what the fuck?
Oh no!
Dude, I'm stuck!
Oh no, Loxa! Oh no! Oh no!
What the?
Smacked you with the frying pan and just carried you around.
Uh-huh.
Guys, I need some back shots immediately.
Just here are 3 shots. Take these shots.
Take the shots, take the shots.
Take the shots.
Take the
Oh,
shots.
nice, okay.
Okay.
Good. Right. You don't make it further.
Yeah, I think the high quota title might be bait. Surely we get to high quota with 6 people though.
Right.
Yeah, I was talking about something else.
Oh, okay, never mind, that's fine.
Right. W.
Just as long as I knew, you know? Ooh, wow. Ah, fuck. Fucking bitch.
You should just take it to the extract, dude.
Oh.
Yeah, I should.
It's like 2 feet away.
Oh, I found a gramophone.
Dude, it's fucking... stupid doll.
Probably get a second cart.
Yeah.
Everyone here? I feel like it's so quiet.
Found a compass. Yeah.
Where is everyone?
I'm sure they're carrying.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Bozo, come through the door.
You can't open the furthest extraction point first, though. Unless the first one is completed.
No.
Oh, minus 7,000. Let's see if I can put this in here. It's probably a bad idea, but...
Bro, these fucking ducks are a menace.
Yeah.
He jumped up into my 6.8k orb. I fucking killed the gunman.
This is what's happening. Like, why am I even... Dude, everybody is just sitting here talking. Don't worry, guys. I got all the money.
Fucking stupid duck.
Oh, that was close. To invest it in the game? I mean, I don't know. I could just sit here and fucking spam TTS, but it's a solo run, yeah.
Why is this so funny?
This is getting paid for this shit. Okay, buddy, what are we doing? Oh, you're missing health. Here, here.
Oh, thank you. Oh my god.
Yeah, we can. Ah!
So generous.
Were we taking this somewhere?
There's an extract here, I think. Oh, shit.
There's a big box here.
Oh, so do. Oh, God.
Careful.
Oh.
I'm gonna...
Here, we can take this box.
Yeah. Make sure it doesn't go on its side.
Careful.
Yep, yep, yep.
I carried the last lobby.
Sure you did, you did.
Alright, does anybody want to bring that cart in here?
We're gonna go back to this place with this gun and you're gonna turn around so we can go that way.
Can somebody bring the cart in here?
You need to go back to your back
This way,
side.
this way. This way?
Yeah, you need just to move the,
Wait, where? I don't know where we're going. What's? Oh,
That's
we're
fine, I'll do
Different to us,
everything,
yeah.
no worries.
Move the trolley.
Have you not seen what we're carrying?
Hey,
Piss
we've been
off.
carrying.
Guys,
Oh my god, this guy.
you know, still need to ego check him, like, honestly.
Alright, you guys doing great. Keep it up. Oh, wait.
Nah, I don't want to hear it. Yeah, nice door disc.
Yeah, alright.
Alright, get ready to push on the, oh wait, hang on. Put it on the floor a sec. Because, this rhino's, like, in the way.
We have a vase, a vase.
You can
A
fit this
vase?
in first, right? Hold on.
Yeah. You could probably chuck the vase into...
What?
I'm so sorry. Alright, like, let's just... Can we put... Alright, push the big box in. Just pull it in.
Yeah, someone help me, fellas.
Alright, there you go. I can get the cart.
Oh. Oh god. Go ahead.
Okay, there you go.
Beautiful.
Wait, where's Larsa?
Good question. Maybe she's at the next extract. Oh, I think she activated it.
Oh
she
yeah,
did.
she did. Wow.
Larsa is gaming.
Hey, Zero.
Hey, buddy.
Zero, tell any joke.
Okay, 2 plates. We're talking to each other. And the other one says, lunch is on me.
Clock.
Yeah, okay, help me carry this clock.
'Kay.
Clock.
Yep, clock.
Alright, go. Straight
Hang on.
through. Stop! I live with the clock! Okay.
Sorry.
Faster.
Wait, where are we going?
That was a
Just to
huge
follow
oral
the-
loss
follow
after
the
that
points.
joke. Holy shit.
Hang on,
What?
rotating a bit, pivoting.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a little stuck. Hang on. Okay.
Yeah. Alright, to the right. Lift up.
Pivot.
Okay, perfect. Down. Pivot.
There's a little goblet in there.
Yeah.
There you go. I perfect. Dude, somebody's gonna run into the Yeah. Oh my god.
Be very careful.
Here it comes! Okay.
Be very careful.
With the cock, huh? Careful with the cock.
This fucking thing. Alright.
Alright.
You guys can put it in. Put the clock in.
Alright. Be
Yeah,
careful.
Bro, the fucking... There we go. Easy.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, that was so insane.
Alright, let's get the fuck out of here before it spawns.
Hey!
Fuck, I didn't see that entire game. Where are you, buddy?
I was farming.
Oh, yeah.
I was lifting a box with salad.
Gun.
Oh, shit. Gun.
The gun is the guy that hears you and will shoot you.
Just be careful.
So why are you talking?
Stop!
My god. Okay.
What a bozo. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay,
W.
I got fucked. That was not fair. I got tackled by that crawling guy into a corner.
There's 2 more heads out here, but the grandpa's in the area. Fucking fell down the stairs again. What an idiot. Somebody grab this fucking head, damn it.
Nice,
You know what,
let's
Disc?
go!
Thank you, Disc.
Easy.
Woohoo!
W streamer.
Woohoo!
Should be more ways to kill monsters.
You know, I think
yeah,
we
that'd
need
be
to
cool.
pull our weight a little more around here. This guy's captain.
Oh,
Are you
we're doing
capping,
great.
bro? Do you remember level 2?
No, I don't. I repressed it, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Okay. No, what
What is
is
wrong
wrong
with
with
that?
taste?
Oh, is there a
Valid.
cart? Yeah, let's get the cart.
What are you running nowadays?
Was this other one cheaper?
Nice.
What am I running? I'm doing Dark Souls 2 randos, buddy.
Ooh, randos.
Yeah.
You're in the retirement like me.
Yeah, I'm in retirement. Until RE9 comes out, of course.
Yeah, it's coming out very soon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the
It's
map.
RE0
Next
remake.
month.
Oh.
Don't,
Next month, okay?
don't
RE0
say
remake,
it.
calling it.
No.
Calling it.
Ooh, shotgun.
I wish I can get remade, yeah.
Oh,
Code
is it
Veronica
loaded?
remake?
What does...
How does this work?
Oh my god, my
That's how it
health!
works. Oh, that's how it
I
works.
was
Guys,
full
no
health.
playing in the store.
What does
I'm
the
not sure
rubber
if
ducky
you-
do?
Throw it to sea. Trey. Oh no. Oh no. Trey, don't do it, please. No. No.
Nope. No. That's no.
Yeah.
No, you got it, you. Oh. It's protection.
Reach for the sky.
Nope.
What does the rubber ducky do?
What? Hey! Wow.
The rubber ducky, what does that do? Wait, is Buck dead?
Yeah, someone shot him.
Nope. Nope.
I'm just gonna buy the shit.
No.
Welcome back, buddy.
Hi, buddy.
No. This. No.
Okay,
Does it
okay,
not run
boys.
out of ammo?
I'm gonna go. I'm tired
don't
of
know.
them. So
You're leaving?
What? Go.
Maybe not.
yeah.
Bye bye, Locks.
Yeah, bye.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
Larxio.
Wait, how did Zero blow up?
Oh, God. The shotgun, I don't know, man. I don't
Wait,
know what's this.
What's Bulk?
He's
Oh, wait.
dead, I think.
that-
I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna get the player count
Oh, yeah.
so I can see. I'm gonna get one
Right,
range.
here you go. Give a.
Take some upgrades if you want them, guys.
I'll take them.
Sure.
He wants some back shots.
What, you just took all the HP?
Because Zero wants some back shots.
Sorry.
Here you go, buddy.
Fuck.
I thought I earned it.
Well, you didn't. I miss Lark, so.
Yeah,
Maybe I should play for
L-
longer.
L. Larxa.
I'm gonna miss her.
NPC.
So over.
Now we can lock in.
Should take it more
True.
casual.
Yeah,
I
she
can't
was
help
holding
it, dude.
us down,
I'm just like this, man.
Like, me and
So-
Buck were like hardcore trying and she kept distracting us.
Does anyone want to play RE0 remake when it comes out?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll play it.
Wow.
Hopefully
you,
they
you
don't-
had to think about that answer.
I mean, surely they'll not make you drop 100 items on the ground like the world is a garbage can.
Yeah, hopefully not. Oh, look, we found something. Look.
And it's on the key.
Does anyone want to run RE6 with me?
You know I'd love to, but.
Oh yeah, I forgot. The only RE6 fans are in this lobby.
Yeah, literally the only RE6 runner in the entire world is in this lobby.
Are you?
Like, you and Disc can run RE6.
Oh, it's in the thing. This wouldn't play a game with me if he was paid.
Whoa.
Actually, that's not true. That's when we play games.
that's when we
Jesus,
play
don't
games.
take your anger out on War Zero.
He was in
That's
the way.
classic Dis. Yeah, classic
Yes,
Dis. Taking it out on me and then he goes, yeah, he was betting him.
Get out of his way.
Sorry.
That's
bro.
how he treats speedrunners above his time in a speed game. Out of my way.
True.
He's always after the little guy.
I'm not that little.
Somebody was already up.
You want to carry this? What's your
Very
favorite
careful.
monster to hunt in Monster Hunter?
You made fun of me for asking you an NPC question yesterday, bot.
Now you're asking an NPC question. Oh, there you go. We gotta shoot the shit while we're moving boxes. Here, I'll move the cart. One sec.
Just put it down.
Who just destroyed that door?
Jesus.
Coming through.
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
There is a head around.
Yeah, he just killed the box.
Well, the box is broken.
I'll go see if they're okay.
Okay. The extract's over here.
Where's the box?
Oops.
What the?
Did you grab that?
Yeah, dude, it scared the shit out of me. It bounced off of me.
Yeah, that was really bouncy.
Oh, the fucking is it Pillsbury Doughboy, whatever the fuck he's called? He's out here.
Okay.
You ever go surfing, Ray?
Woo! Oh!
I'm so sorry.
Ah,
I was just turning it.
broke my heart, this.
I didn't see you coming.
Just every time.
We need $20 more. Oh, nice.
It's true. Damn.
Maybe I do know, but I don't remember.
Should I take this cart to the other exit? Should I take this cart to the other exit?
Just take them all to the main.
We might as well take him to
guess.
the main one, yeah, because then you get a big.
Okay, stop
True.
trolling, man.
He's actually glazing me. It's crazy.
The glaze is insane.
Yeah. Like I get it. I'm cool. Wait, what's Zero?
He's in that cart. That,
Thank you.
there's a
The painting
big
fell
box
off the thing. Oh wait, it's. Our buddies will be back. Look!
Hey, buddy.
Jesus
Welcome
Christ, this
back.
guy's all business.
You wanna hop
I
on?
know, right?
Have you hop on?
All right.
What the hell's the doughy?
I don't know. I'm gonna go up here.
Oh no!
Oh wow.
Click your tone, Blake. Okay, hey, don't steal my song.
Hey, you make fun of me for singing, I will steal everything you have. Hey guys, that's not
Careful! Careful!
okay. Do I get it on here? On the car?
I don't think I can lift it. We can try if you want to lift it together.
Together, yeah.
Oh!
Oh.
Oh! It's basically cosmetic.
Oh, it's just a cup.
You like to see
Watch
blood.
the vase. Watch the vase.
Why aren't it in this file?
Hey.
Okay.
Sure.
Put the cube on. Watch the vase.
A vase? It's fine.
Oh, let go.
Ah. Yeah.
Look, hey. Sal, look.
There's somebody.
Look, this is your stream the day RE9 comes out. Look. Is that what you're right?
Oh yeah.
Who's this guy?
That's the money leaving my bank account today, RE9.
Can somebody grab this cart, guys?
Yeah.
No, the cart.
Oh. I just wanted to help.
So
This
it's
is
to hold your
my
hand.
stick.
Oh.
Activate this one.
What about the broom? We can wait for the next one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's no way of opening these doors.
Look, I
right?
mean,
Like,
surely
once
it's
they're locked.
fine.
No. If you open the map, you can always come and tell if there's anything to explore.
Okay.
Wait, do we want to drag this on yet?
Yeah?
Oh my
have
god,
to-
troll.
Or is there
There's
more
another
stuff?
cart.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's two
Yeah, we have a
carts.
cube with a with
Alright,
with a
hold on. I got something I'm gonna grab too up here.
Okay. Guys, when you come grab this thing. Never mind. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. It's fine. It's fine. Guys, I don't feel very well.
Oh, careful with that thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna descend against the wall.
W streamer?
Oh, shit. Oh, quickly, quickly, quickly.
Get out of here!
Oh, Godzilla actually vomited on you.
What the hell, dude? You're puking!
Nice.
Voice just makes it sound so good, so much better. It's like, I ate some dishes.
Okay.
Please don't push me down. Don't push me down.
Everyone get in. I'm taking everyone back to base.
Well, we still have an extract left.
No, I don't do that. I don't do that. W streamer. W disc.
Where do we gotta go?
Taxi. Look.
Oh, Marshmallow Man is here.
Did you call an Uber?
Yeah.
Oh.
This is
Five-star
terrible.
Uber right here.
Yeah, this is...
Ow.
Ow.
Did you call an Uber?
Wait, hang on, I'm gonna try and...
Come here, dickhead.
Come here, dickhead.
Your Uber driver's here. Get in.
You went there.
He ran off for good.
Wait, do we need to take the other card for it to come to the next level?
No.
Oh, okay.
Nice one, Buck.
Your Uber driver's here. Get in. Yeah?
Do a 5 stars?
Whatever happened to Buck, Disc? Where's
I
Buck?
have no idea. I haven't
and
seen him in
Duck.
ages.
Oh, for some reason I thought Buck was like your nickname, not like a guy.
No,
No,
it's
it's
another
some
guy.
like
He
dude
was trying
who
to steal
played
my
Getting
aura.
Over It.
Oh, I think I remember.
and Fall or the game
Yeah,
you
we
guys
did.
got
Yeah, we
record
did
in.
Fall Guys. Or no.
No.
Human Fall
Can you
Flat.
click on the Marshmallow Man?
Yeah, that's it.
Is this
You
Snowman
get-
here?
So that was actually a. I gave you some help for that one.
Oh, thank you.
You gonna...
Does anybody need help? Oh, that's not good.
This isn't good. This isn't good. This isn't good. He sees us. Move backward for him.
No, oh no.
Do you need help? Oh god.
Well, I think you're right, this. He does need help.
Leave!
I literally picked his head up. Oh god. No! No! You can't come running in screaming leave and not press the button.
Yeah, he was on me.
And then he went on me.
Yeah, well, you were too slow.
Yeah, well, it's not very nice.
All right, I got something coming up, so I got to take
Nope.
it from here. But thanks
one more.
for the games. It was a lot of fun.
One more.
Thanks for joining, Zero.
One more.
It's okay, buddy.
Okay, fine, Buck. Fine, I'll do it.
Yes. We got him, guys. We got him.
All right.
Very hard.
That was easy. Usually it requires begging and stuff.
Yeah.
Like I was just getting started. I had another like 10 minutes in me.
Bro, where are the weapons at?
Anything for you, Buck.
Oh.
Oh, there's an indestructible thing here.
Yeah,
So
we
it
can't
must not
really
be that
afford it.
important. So you could
Yeah.
do 2 lobbies, I guess.
Someone
No, I have a
wanna...
disappointment.
Oh,
it's kind of
bullshit!
important.
Bullshit!
Yes, I do. Listen, Buck, I will send you a stuff from the den up I go. All right, don't believe me.
Hang on.
Oh, you just happen to be using my most common excuse. And it's true, huh?
I don't think they
Is that
realize.
actually a common excuse?
Go check
Yeah,
Yeah, there can be
Try.
stuff on the
Oh
roof.
god, Trey, hurry.
Can
I buy them quickly?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I already bought everything.
Go!
Oh.
Yes! I fucking hate this guy, man. He uses all the money.
Did you guys see Hob with his mustache look?
No, I didn't.
No.
W streamer.
It's so funny. He like shaved everything. He has a mustache. Looks really funny. He looks like the guy from Her.
Get Hob in here.
Oh, that would be. He played Lethal Company before, I think.
Yeah, he did. He did.
He was supposed to
did
play
drown,
Among
didn't
Us
he?
yesterday with us.
Mm.
I mean, if I ask him, he'll probably be down.
Wait, were
Who's
you
the
playing
hardest
Among
person
Us
to get
or
to play
Among
a
Us
game?
3D?
3D. I played Among Us 3D yesterday. It was actually so much fun.
Yeah, I want to play VR Among Us.
Wait, who is the hardest to get on, actually?
What, like person?
Yeah, the hardest person to get to play.
Probably, in my experience, probably Ella or Just.
You had that one coming.
And Bach is probably the worst one to reply to DMs. I think he'll reply. 2 months
Okay, you
later. He
clearly
goes,
have a DM disc. See?
No. Even Dist replies faster than you.
Bro!
Okay.
I remember one time I DM'd Bach to play like Good Hunger. It was so late that the game like got shut down. He's like, okay, I think I could be down, and the game was already like discontinued.
Yeah, that might be true. That might be true. Well, I don't check
Oh.
Twitter DMs.
We can go up here, guys.
If it's any consolation, Zero, the
kinda
last time
hard,
Bob
though.
replied to one of my messages was 2020.
Put me up, then
I'll put you
put me up, then you go down, I put you up, then you go down, I put you up, then... Or I'll just go up.
Here,
Mr.
grab me.
Soup never
Can you grab me
replies.
from
Here.
He hates us.
Here, take the purse. Oops.
Fuck, it's flying away. Do you have me? All right.
Oh,
put me
sorry,
up.
I wasn't talking. No, it's janky as fuck. Here. Okay, one second. Oh, there's like some weird hitbox. It wasn't letting me grab you. We gotta be on the bed first. It was like some invisible wall. Okay. 1 second.
Scroll wheel, buddy. Nice.
There you go.
We're not going to talk about what
Did you see that, Zero?
Can you put the
Yeah.
cart right above me here?
Yeah. Below you mean?
Yeah, just below me.
Blow? Whoa.
So if you throw things from like the sky, it don't take damage if they land in the cart.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as they land in the car, they won't take damage.
Yeah, that was funny, Zero. I'm
Thank
bad
you.
with DMs, but if you jump in the stream though, it's instant responses.
Yeah.
Plus 1 viewer, am I right?
Yeah,
I did want you to do that shuffler thing that I told you, because that's really
Oh,
I will.
In here?
I fell.
fun. Surely.
Get back into your squished back down.
Okay.
All of my messages to Bork are just sending him different files for games.
That's not, well, sadly, that's most of my DMs.
Anything else up here?
disappointing.
Wait, I think I need some help with the statue.
Okay. Where is it? Oh, that's a nice statue.
Oh, here.
Yeah, there's a big statue.
There
What
you
is
go.
that little thing?
Makes
Does that
it
just help us
light.
carry stuff?
Yeah, it makes
Oh.
it like super lightweight. So only one of you could probably grab it, but all good.
like-
Just make.
Carry it to the
Oh, I think you gotta take it the other way. Or,
Yeah, let's take it.
Yeah, only one of
yeah,
us should
this-
carry this. Oh.
Somebody else grab the other cart.
I'll.
Easy
Oh.
fit.
Yeah,
Easy
man.
fit.
I'm gonna take this. I don't
that-
trust
that
that.
I'm
costs
getting
like
this cart. I'm getting this cart.
20K, Buck.
Oh, now it's worth 17.
Oh.
I said that statue costs like 20K. Pocket money for you, dude.
Yeah, I spend that much on aftershave.
Oh, what?
Yeah, that's true.
Do we have
So-
both the carts?
Yeah, both.
Yeah, I'm behind you.
Okay.
Showing it in.
Wait, I'm coming.
Nice.
W.
I missed a TV. No, the TV was broken.
Lima. W. Echo. W. Cloud.
Wait,
Cloud.
which fellow? Well, that's me. How did you
I wasn't talking to you.
Oh, okay. What were you
Oh
talking?
wait, is that the?
Oh my god, this car is your princess, man. Oh my god,
right?
I'm always driving. But I don't
Yeah.
mind.
Driving
Oh,
Derek.
somebody activated. That was
Do
Trey.
you drive often?
Yeah. You remember our driving, buddy?
Oh, I remember
Good
that.
times.
How can I forget? How can I forget trauma?
What trauma?
This has a bit of a speed problem.
Not surprised.
Oh God.
Shit.
Did somebody fall down?
Is he dead?
Yep.
Oh, he's
He's
dead.
dead. Can you grab that still?
Yeah.
Fuck!
Oh, he fell
Wait,
down. He fell down. No. Dude. What the? Okay. Okay. So.
Oh, it's still fucking here.
Okay. We got the bodies.
Oh, Zero's head landed in the
Yeah. I got the other
in the
body.
fireplace. Okay. All right. Oh God. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
The frickin' Slender is still there. There's some items over here I'm gonna grab real quick. I should have pulled it towards me. Fucking sakes. Dude, how fucking far does this go? Where the hell am I?
Should I just take the bodies to the extraction point there and just take?
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. I'll go res them. I have enough. You can.
Yeah. I don't know one of the cards with me. I'm gonna go back get it, I guess.
Okay.
I'll pull down.
Oh, I think the enemy's bugged out. Are they both in here? They are. I gotta res my friends.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, hey.
I don't even know what happened to me.
Thank you.
What's that?
Oh.
Well, geez, at least that didn't happen to me. wait. Was that 0?
I
Is that
killed him
0?
with the money bag.
We just rezzed him. There's a baby out. Zero's baby's after you.
Fucking baby.
Oh, what the?
Oh, wow.
It was on.
Did it?
What? It was a flat
Oh,
round.
here. Let me feather drone it.
Okay.
Oh,
Dude, it was
behind
on
you.
flat ground.
Reaper is coming down the stairs.
God. Did drop it.
Okay, they're all gone. Guys? Where the fuck is it? Oh.
I have no idea.
Salad dead? Oh no.
Oh.
I can't grab him. Fuck. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay.
There's a couple more things up these stairs.
Oh. Okay, go.
There's a,
I thought you were carrying a head.
Oh, yeah. This one might be a bit of a ball late. It should be fine. I'll try and drop it in. Oh, I fucking... Hang on. I'm gonna try and drop it in from like above. Oh, she's such a bitch. Yeah, just take it.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh,
I fell in the pit. Oh my god, just suffering. Alright, just grab the cart, man. We should have just taken it down. I feel like putting it in the cart when there's items is just, it just doesn't work. It never fucking works, man. Salad?
No.
Are you... Okay, you got the cart.
Yeah.
I think that box spotted there.
Okay.
Are there even any items left? Probably we've got like one more to do, so...
Oh, great. The drone died, so we're gonna have to teamwork this in.
Okay, you put that one in first then.
Okay. Okay.
Alright.
Looks good.
I can see one thing over here in the room.
Oh, a deal!
You were almost a fellow sandwich.
I get it! That's from Resident Evil, Bog. It's so funny.
I was hoping you'd understand.
Yeah, dude. I
Where's the other extract?
Don't do
Have
it.
a cup, fellas.
Don't you goddamn dare. The way that I die was so funny. Like, I just get rezzed, and I want to say something, and then this just kills me with the money.
Mm.
If I was in the driver, I'll drive you
Passenger princess? Do not send me off the side.
All right, I don't know where the fuck we gotta go. I think it's back this way.
Yeah, we have to go this way to go back. The right across here. It's alright.
This thing. Oh yeah, I think I see it. Wait, didn't we do this one though?
Oh, it's done. Yeah, it's done. Why is there an item there?
Guess it fell out.
Oh. Dude. Is that the slend? What is that thing?
Yeah, that it's bugged, I think. From when it killed Buck.
Oh, I see. I didn't realize it was there all this time.
I have no idea where. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Look at that. We got enough money too. Barely. Oh no, I heard a gnome. Oh shit. There's some big item in there. Oh, it's a base. Do you have strength? It looks like you're doing alright.
Come on.
Never mind.
That's alright.
I might need help lifting this upstairs.
Upstairs?
Yeah, through the door, I need help lifting this up the stairs.
Oh, there's a TV up. Oh, I went the wrong upstairs, but there's a TV up there.
There,
I
everybody
can
needs
help.
someone lifting this up. Oh, it's this. Okay.
Whoa.
There we go. Okay.
Just get that TV and then we can go, I think.
Oh,
I'm
Don't worry, buddy.
Badly.
Oh, oh no.
Just go over the ledge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
There,
think I
hold it.
might be able to hold it.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, nice. Ooh. Easy. Oh, okay.
Oh.
I wonder what happened to Zero and Bot.
They're probably TTSing in a corner. I'm just kidding. Well, maybe.
Kidding, maybe.
Kidding, but maybe.
You know? Oh, Shadow Dude. Oh, baby.
I hear Bach.
Help, 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 help! Oh.
I got him.
Where are you?
I got you, Bot. No! I ran out of stamina. No,
I'm coming.
Bot.
Let's kill him.
Oh no. Oh,
Sal, let's
behind
go.
us.
I'm one tap. I'm one tap.
He pushed him into the hole.
the granny.
She's literally the other side.
I know.
Go!
Bach fell in the hole.
Oh shit!
Yep. Big dude coming. Yeah, it's at the door.
Oh, hi, Zero.
Hey, I was with Bach and then we got separated. I don't know what happened.
What's
scary.
scary? Wait, who needs back shots? Hang on. Is there a... Oh yeah.
Thank you. Can we res Bach?
I think Bach's the lost cause.
Yeah, he's pretty far away. I think
I'm
we just
sorry,
leave.
Bach.
The Shadow Man dragged him.
We tried.
2025, I'll never forget it.
It's like he's still here with us.
What's up,
Yeah.
Mega Jabba? Alright, Zero, you heading out?
Yeah, I'm heading out.
Okay.
Thanks again, guys.
Bye bye.
Much love, had a lot of fun. See you guys.
Thanks
Have a
for
great night.
joining.
Bye.
Peace.
Bye bye.
Just the four of us.
Never forget it. It's the year of this smashy arrow.
I actually got some fucking things to damage people.
Nice.
And then there were 4. Am I right, boys?
Oh yeah, the
So-
dream team now.
Yeah.
For every lost member, I lock in even further. Because we have to.
Alright, Trey, you know
It
what
was
to do.
6 you could carry, but...
Okay.
Did I just hear a scoff?
We have weapons?
There's
Gravity
2 nades
orb.
and 2
Oh, look!
landmines, but that's it.
Look! Hold this for a sec, hold this. It says 0 gravity orb, as if Zero's still here with us helping.
Damn.
Zero's
Jump.
gravity orb, we gotta buy it.
Whee.
Whee!
Well, that's nice.
Whee! I think I've been killed in every shop we've done, but I'll take it again.
Oh,
I
don't
don't
worry
think I
about
did
it.
any damage there.
You're safe with me.
Oh no, well yeah, I have 1 health.
You're safe with me, buddy. Don't worry
I've
about
had 1 health for like 3 lobbies. Wiper clear, 45%.
It's okay, I'll give you some box shots when we're in.
Do we need crystals? I don't think so. We can still recharge.
Do we even have anything that requires them?
We have the feather drone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there was nothing in the ceiling. They already checked. Not always there. Some range if you need it.
HP.
Easy. Ray, you're
Alright.
up past your bedtime. Oh, thanks for the health. Thanks.
There you go.
Wait, is health a 1-to-1 trade?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we could just like... Never mind.
We could just...
Like guys usually need a recharge period, but we have
Yeah,
a
we
potential for
can
infinite
circle
back
jack at
shots.
HP, don't worry about that. I'll say what
I
others
mean,
can't.
Caelid is kind of a late game area. At least, Eastern Caelid. Like, Dragon Barrow is pretty deadly. You can have the card if you want.
want to just take that to the actual thing.
Oh, sure.
Hang on, let me figure out what the hole is. I didn't want to walk into it. Just the two of us. Nice.
I don't know if I should turn it in already, but did.
There's a massive box here. This.
Oh. I wish I would have known that 2 seconds.
Yeah.
a few seconds sooner. Okay.
I'm gonna go run and find the next sign.
Okay.
Oh my.
Here.
Nice.
Oh wait, no, they're bringing
Yes.
the box. I don't know what Trey is with the
I don't know if I should turn this in.
Oh jeez.
Something.
Oh nice. See, you actually carry
Teamwork.
Yeah.
Here, press Q.
Oh no, not again. We both know I'm not good at these jumps. Because it has nothing here.
Okay.
There might be something in that one though, but I can never reach it. Wait, what if I jump tumble? Hang on. Oh, I made it! And there's nothing in it. I'm so upset.
Classic.
All that effort
What's
for
classic?
nothing.
What's classic?
I.
Scared the shit
Don't
out.
touch the duck. Move it, duck. You fuck. Oh sh.
Oh no.
Oh no 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 no.
Bye, Buck.
Why? He won't leave you alone. W play.
Guys, I'm gonna need some Trey.
W play. Yeah?
Oh, never mind.
Oh,
Wow! Oh my god.
Oh, I got something else for you though.
Okay.
Oh wait, Bark, hang on. Let me give you some
Okay.
pop shots real quick.
This guy.
yeah, I got
Thank
it.
you.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
There's a staff in this room here.
Thank
Where?
you, buddy.
In here.
In here. Maybe not this room. It's this one. It's just I got
Did the green
confused.
stuff kill you?
It's over here.
Maybe.
There you go.
Ah.
I ain't trusting myself with that.
Damn, nothing in here.
Yeah?
Tesla, here. For the #1 speeder on Twitch. Here.
Can you put on my head?
They go. No.
Oh.
Oh.
You ruined it.
Alright, can you guys put the card in here?
There's both cards are here. Hold on. Hold on.
W.
wait.
W. Hurry.
Well, there's
W.
a second card. Hold on.
All right. Push.
Get it.
W.
Nice. The vases are scary, man. I thought, dude, it would have been fine if I actually grabbed the drone actually grabbed the vase, but it grabbed the fucking clown because I didn't see it.
Honky.
Pretty good.
7
There's
red.
salads at the next one.
Yeah.
Which way do we need to go? Is it this way? Oh yeah, I think so.
Oh.
7 red. Look at the
Oh, there's a
passenger
whole-
princess.
Yeah. Oh. Well done, Mark.
Thank you.
Avoiding all the pits.
I don't even have my license.
Neither.
Oh guys, we got some loot up here.
No license?
You bring the cart.
I'm bringing it.
Alright. Oh yeah.
It's at the bottom of the stairs. Oh,
Give me
yeah.
that cart. Give it to me. Okay.
I'll hold it here for you.
I think I got everything. Oh, actually.
W salad. W salad.
W salad.
Is that the gun guy?
No, it was a little skeleton bomb dude.
Does the D stand for damsel in distress?
Yes.
Is there nothing big down here? Did we check?
Oh no, I didn't see anything.
Jesus, you were walking on a tightrope there. Yeah.
There's nothing. Surprised. Oh, wait.
I just went to my blind and I flipped over this potion all day. Okay.
I mean, if you can throw me that far. Give me a throw.
I keep
not even
flashing on
close.
TV and then say that.
Dumb idea. Not even close.
Guys, careful. Clown's coming. Put it as fast.
Okay. Bark.
That didn't say that.
Does anybody have the other cart?
Okay, one sec. Okay, toss me.
Wait, is there stuff up there?
Damn it. I don't know if there's stuff up there, but I'm gonna try.
Here, I
Oh my
can.
god, this guy and his speed strats. Oh,
I'll
no.
grab Bach. You grab him.
Yeah. Assuming
I'm
I
going
can
up.
push him up.
I'm trying to peek up. Okay, I'm almost. You gotta jump. Oh,
I tried jumping. Hold on.
I'm not some thing to be you. I'm not some piece of meat that you guys can just do whatever you want with. Can
Apparently you
Oh,
are.
to be on
God,
top of
Jesus
that.
Christ!
Oh.
Nope, that's not-
There's a clown around here, so just be careful.
Anything up there?
no. There's nothing.
You know how to destroy locks? I don't think you
Oh, God.
can.
Mind this. Clown's coming! Clown's coming!
Where are you, boss?
That's awkward.
Are you guys all alive?
Yeah.
Are you guys still all alive?
Yeah.
Oh, hey. What do you do with the duck? How'd you get the duck? Oh, Jesus. Right.
Oh, Jesus. What the fuck's
Oh
that?
no. Come on.
You fucking hit the duck with your grenade.
I was trying to hit the clown. Look, I saved you from it.
You also
Don't worry
hit
about
Bach
it.
with the grenade.
No, I wonder if I killed Bach.
Nah, I think he's okay. Maybe. Bach?
He can't have been that low.
Well, one person's dead
No.
on my map.
My bad.
Let's see if he's here. He might have died to the duck.
Oh,
Bach, buddy?
maybe.
Bach? I don't know. Maybe he got out. Maybe it's
maybe
Trey
he did.
that's dead.
It could be. Yeah. I went to throw the nades at the clown dude. He kicked it at me and then walked off.
Classic.
Oh no.
My God.
Oh god.
Is he right behind you? Nice, stop. Okay.
Oh. Wanted to put him in the pit.
Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh God. Go away. Dude, so many. Oh.
Yeah, I broke the orb. It's not like we can get the money anymore. Doesn't matter, chat.
Alright.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter everybody else's.
Salad's still alive. I have the map upgrade so I can
Oh,
like
I
see.
see.
Boxed it though.
Nice.
I couldn't find his head. I don't know where he went.
I think I saw somebody vanish in the pit or something in the bridge area.
He's still alive. Oh hey.
Hello, family.
Poor Buck.
Yeah, it's my fault, guy.
Hey, everybody!
That was chaos, man.
A nade came flying upstairs and smashed me into the pond.
Oh no.
It was because it was one of the triple one. They're fucking dangerous, those things.
I call the frying pan.
I'm sorry. I can only say
I
I'm
didn't mean
sorry
to do that,
somebody
but-
died.
There we go.
There we go. Jesus.
What is happening?
Jesus Christ, boys.
Hell.
Yeah, the frying pan is trash, but Buck can buy it if he wants. It's okay.
Okay.
No, get it. It's. I've heard it's
No,
trash.
you'll
I've never
see.
tried.
Yes,
So.
yeah. Just like the Spark Shot was trash in RE2. You'll see. Frying Pan's DPS is insane. You'll all see.
He was on 1 HP anyway, it's
Yeah,
fine.
true.
You'll all see.
Just pump that FPS up, Bach. I'll be.
Anything persistent? I don't know.
True stamina. W
Oh, we got
lobby.
a lot of explosives and stuff.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether I should be trusted with grenades again, but I'll take them.
Level 8.
Oh,
Oh, bars off the bat. I'm gonna wait until everyone's moved out of the way.
Are there a big box on against the wall too here?
I might need help with this side, but it's pretty heavy.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there's like a
Box here.
massive box against the wall there.
Oh, really? Okay, let's put this in like right in the corner then. Oh,
Is it too much? It's too much.
yeah, it's too much. Hang on. Let's get this box first.
Oh,
Okay.
Pivot.
I found a crown.
Ooh.
Do we just put them all in?
W
Yeah.
streamer.
Try and like put this in here. Yeah, there you go. Ah!
First enemy, I'm gonna use the pan on.
I'm worried about that fucking
Oh, that-
explosive barrel.
oh, it was
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Yeah, that was close.
Yeah. That could have been a little oopsie.
There's a lot of money to start, though.
Yeah.
Is
You
this
probably
an
want to
ocarina?
like stun before you use the pan. I would
Pan
recommend.
doesn't stun?
No, I don't think so. Oh, Buck.
I don't.
L
Come here.
pan.
Hey, this pan.
You still.
You. Da-da-da-da-doo. Hello.
Hey.
There's a long staircase.
Yeah, grab the other cart. You can. Oh, it's this room.
Okay, nothing else there.
There might be stuff up top.
Yeah, yeah.
Nope.
Down.
Nothing.
Move your bag. Surprised we haven't found another drop-off point.
True.
I'll be across this fucking thing here.
There's something big up there.
I'm trying to get Trey's head.
Oh, he's dead.
I can't fucking get it. Wait. No. It's gonna land eventually, surely. It's gonna land, surely. Alright, fuck it.
Where is it?
It's bouncing around in the... I can't grab it. No! Oh, you got more reach than me, that's why.
Oops.
Did you drop it again? Oh. No! Oh! Oh, where is it?
It's in the...
Oh, it landed in the thing. Hell yeah.
Alright, let's move the carts. I don't know if Bach's okay, but...
I'm not liking the look of this. Alright, well...
Just take it slow, look at your feet.
I can't fucking see anything.
You will.
Okay. Ooh. That's horrible. I wonder what Bach is.
Oh, he is dead, actually.
Oh.
It's okay. We can get him on the next extract. I don't know where his head is, so
I'll go
good to get Trey. Rip bag. What?
Thanks for the rescue.
Mm-hmm.
Sure that won't fall right in again.
I found it.
Oh, nice.
Is the next extract not food? Ah!
It's this way, I think.
Is it? Oh. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Door.
Now look at him go. I have no idea what happened to the ball.
Dude, the door. It's fuck the door, man.
Oh, there's so many things here.
You can pick up the door. All right, you know what? I'm gonna move this thing because it's gonna troll us when we're like running away or something.
Sure. Are we going down or up? Is there anything down here?
I didn't see anything.
Very, very careful there. Do a little... No! Go in the... There we go. Like, 2 more things up here. No! Oh, shit.
Let's get Bach back. Although there's something big in there. Wait, hold on. Sorry, Bach. Wait, what is that you guys got? Guys?
Yeah?
What is that? Something
What?
big. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
I see.
Oh. And what is the drop off? Oh, it's on our left.
Big head, dude. Oh, God.
Oh no. I think Trey's dead.
I can check the map. Yeah, he's dead.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get his head.
Would you like some nades to try and kill the thing, or? I nearly pressed E. Good luck, soldier.
Well,
nice.
Salad. Oh, my head landed down there. Oh, that's so bad.
Alright, I'm gonna revive Bok, and then I'm gonna go get this tip for the next one.
Why is he doing that?
Chance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I'm
fair,
gonna
I
give
guess.
him a Taka 2. No, I'm gonna give him a Taka 2.
My head's right there, but they almost lost all the money too. Nice. Oh my god.
Can you help me bring a picture? Okay, never mind. Right, the fucking pill boy is like outside here, so just be careful. I'm gonna try and get this Ted.
Oh man, I can't believe I fucked that up.
No.
How do you fight against this guy?
Oh, he jumped off into the water. He's dead.
I don't know how to fight that guy.
Shotgun guy.
I only have 2 hours played. Can you hold the door closed against these guys?
I don't think you can. He just breaks it with the gun.
I'm forced into being a tryhard now because Dad's dead.
He'll hear us if we talk, so we're gonna shush.
There's a lot of guys out there.
Oh, buddy.
Run! Run! I'm running. I need stamina, huh? How do I get this thing off my head?
Oh man, salad, please. Hope he doesn't bonk and take fall damage. Oh no, he's okay.
This Stranding.
I mean, the thing, they have enough money for the next extract. Oh, Buck, you hear it, Buck. Nice. All right, they just got to get the cart. Maybe find Trey's head. I don't know. Wonder where your head is. Is it just in that room where the skull was, I guess?
Yeah, in the bottom bit, I tried to like run downstairs and hide there, but I had no stamina.
Pivot, salad, pivot. Nice. Ooh, big money. Nice, Bach. Alright, they got this. Oh well, if we don't get you back, I'll see if I can grab your head on the way back.
Yeah.
Nice.
Salad! Salad! Do you have someone's head? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
The extraction's up. Do you have both heads or no?
No, only this.
Okay, I can look for. I guess we can all look for Ray together.
Yeah.
That's probably enough money to get it going.
Yeah. Oh, dude, the
Alright.
fucking. I had to go and get this Ted, and then the fucking door was like blocking me, so I had to pull the door off into the wall.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Yeah, I
the
got it.
fucking door.
Oh god.
Oh, this dude. That's unfortunate.
Well,
Fuck off. I hope
Bach's
Bach
gonna
can
get
just-
me.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
That was the worst
okay.
possible thing.
It's Bach and I, 1 HP in a dream, I guess.
Good
Hopefully
job.
the skull doesn't come in here and kill me.
W!
Good job, buddy.
W streamer name W.
Okay. We need to be very careful, buddy.
I gotcha.
That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. Bro, what the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god, no. Oh. Oh.
No.
Bullshit! Bullshit, dude. I should have just kept running, I
mean,
guess. I didn't think he would get me. Like, he just...
Oh. I think you're cooked anyway. The head's behind you.
Oh my god.
GG's. Oh, shit!
GG's, everybody.
Oh, shit,
The
where's the
quota
pan?
8 curse.
I'm not sure.
Where's the pan? Where's the pan?
Oh god.
Somebody just killed themselves with the warhammer.
Bro, that Warhammer's dangerous.
Yeah.
Oh man. This game is too hard. It's too hard.
Fellers,
GG, fellas.
I'm gonna watch the Death Stranding panel, I think.
Oh? What, Death Stranding 2?
Oh, is that on?
Yeah, it's happening in like 2 seconds.
Oh, is
Oh.
it? What's it on? I might watch that.
It's
Honestly.
just on YouTube.
Oh.
I'm interested.
Alright, GG guys, I will
Yeah,
see
GG.
you next time. That was really fun,
Yeah,
actually.
GG.
Yeah, thanks for joining, buddy.
GG's, everyone.
GG's.
We are never gonna get to high quota, chat. It's fucking impossible. I feel like you actually need like a team of like giga tryhards. Well, oh, you guys are still here. Hey everybody.
Yeah, no, I can, sorry, I can hear, I can hear you, you know.
No, you guys are doing good. You guys are doing good.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
No, this game is it's fucking hard, man. Like, oh my god, we're trying so hard and we're still getting fucked.
It's the quota rate curse.
Yeah. That's why I'm curious what it is like when you get, 10, 15 or something like that.
Well, if 8's anything to go by, miserable.
Yeah, true. Yeah, thanks for joining though, guys. That was fun. That was good. Good
GG.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't fucking mute his mic, this guy.
No, I wasn't talking about you guys.
No, it's okay.
Everyone was doing great.
First day, okay. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
It was his first time.
It's okay, guys. I love you. Goodbye.
See you later.
Goodbye.
I just mean in general. That was kind of awkward that they were still in the voice chat with me, but I do like it gets really difficult in those later stages, dude. It really does. This panel has 1,400 viewers. Is anyone even watching this thing?